kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. And we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino, and he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together, and it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged. In the group right here, it's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want, we'll give him a chance. And he's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends, they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I don't hope that lasts, but they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime, and the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance, and I said, "We'll give you a chance, but we can solve it very quickly." This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that that number can be possible, because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged, what are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall, and we were finishing up some, and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy, what It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office, because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Yes, zero taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This could only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. But so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taken ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taken the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. He may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. But when, now think of it, when Jeanine Pirro and Pam and the group, when they bring a suit, It's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight, you know. It's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems, you know. We have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this, Federal Reserve, I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would have, if I did it, it was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building, if it was properly done and planned, you would have done that building for, I would have done it.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists. In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump warned Iran to engage in talks to end the Middle East war before it is too late, after Tehran publicly rejected US efforts to end the nearly 4-week conflict. An Israeli airstrike has killed Ali Reza Tangsiri, commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, Israel's defense minister has said. The killing was carried out in a precise operation and targeted over other senior officers in the naval command. Iran is letting Malaysian tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz after talks with Iranian, Turkish and other regional leaders, Malaysian Prime Minister has said. Oil prices surged 5% as hopes for a peace deal between the United States and Iran wavered. Brent North Sea crude jumped to 5.2% and West Texas Intermediate jumped 4.9%, with President Donald Trump warning Tehran to engage in talks before it is too late. The global trading system is experiencing the worst disruptions in the past 80 years, World Trade Organization chief warned as the WTO Ministerial Conference opened. Finnish President Alexander Stubb, who was close ties with both US President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, fears US-led Ukraine peace talks may be over. At least 28 civilians have been killed in 2 separate drone strikes in Sudan, according to health workers, as the country's brutal civil war between the army and the Parliamentary Rapid Support Forces approaches its 4th year. The European Union accused 4 pornographic platforms of allowing children to access adult content in breach of digital rules, putting the companies at risk of large fines. And for your top stories this hour, US President Donald Trump has spoken from the White House on the US-Israel war with Iran, reiterating that Tehran is seeking a deal to end the conflict, but has stressed that any agreement depends on Iran's actions. President Trump has claimed that the United States has been highly successful in the war so far, reporting that Iran's military has been largely neutralized, including the destruction of Navy units, Air Force capabilities and defense industrial bases. Trump has also added that the US is ahead of schedule and that Iran now faces the choice of making a deal or facing continued onslaught. Trump has emphasized that Iranian leaders are quote-unquote great negotiators but lousy fighters. Moreover, Trump has downplayed concerns over rising gas prices and the stock market, saying the impact has been as severe as expected. Trump has also struck a critical note against NATO, saying they did not provide the support he expected during the ongoing war with Iran. We are being joined by both Mark Sutherland, a geopolitical commentator from London, and also Borzu Doragi, who's an Iranian-American journalist, founder of Badlands newsletter, joining us from Istanbul, Turkey. Mark, if I just go to you first on this. As we know, Trump has just delivered his speech from the White House, and he stated a lot that Iran and them are in negotiations, but they just don't want to admit it to people. Iran wants to be the one to make the deal, not me. What do you think by these statements that he's saying, that they're the ones that want to make the deal, he isn't, that they're lousy fighters, etc. How do you think Iran's going to take this? Because he knows the world's going to be watching this conference. How do you think Iran's going to take this after listening to that?
Ellie, good to be with you and your esteemed guest. Ellie, the issue is this: is that within Iran, we have to look. We look back. We see the fact that the regime, their ideology says we want a nuclear bomb, we want a nuclear weapon. We have to bear that in mind. And also, very sadly, a few weeks ago, then shooting 40,000 people of their own citizens on the streets of Iran. We also have to bear in mind how the regime has pivoted and then put layer of command. If one is wiped out, then the other lot are taking over, then the other lot below that are taking over, and also then taking that command to various provinces within Iran. It's extremely difficult when you are dealing with an ideology and a way of thinking. We also have to remember what's happened on the 7th of October 2023. We look at all the proxies, Hezbollah, the north of Israel, and who they then support. So bearing all that in mind, what was unleashed a few weeks ago when you were trying to negotiate with the regime in regard to the uranium production, proliferation, and the Americans and the Israelis saying you can't do this because this is only going to lead in one direction. I am not privy to the information that is on the table in regard to the Pentagon or what comes across the White House desk. That's just not a flippant comment. But the other issue is this: is when it comes to President Trump, he is not a politician and will handle things in his own way, and of course has a particular business mindset. Now, are certain negotiations going on? Are there links? Frankly, on one level, yes, I can believe that maybe that those links are going on. But will we actually see genuine talks? Because the issue is, to the Americans, to the Israelis, and to those of us that actually care about this, that there should be then no nuclear proliferation in regard to the Iranian regime because of what they want to do with that and because of the Shia ideology. And that is the position, I believe, that we are in. And of course, at various times, that comments and bluster and what is said on the internet at times in a very serious situation are then not going to help within this. Also, as you quite rightly pointed out, oil and energy prices. But people have to look at the regime that we are dealing with that then chose to fire rockets in every single direction against other Middle East countries within that region, and also damaging their energy infrastructure as well. Ellie.
Thank you, Mark. Please stay with us as we just move over. Don't go anywhere. We are now being joined again by... Oh, sorry. We're just being rejoined by Borzu. Thank you for joining us here for this new development that just came in not long ago with Trump's speech. As we've just heard from Trump, he said that NATO has done absolutely nothing, and then also said that Iran would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel. Now, we know that Iran didn't have enough enriched uranium on this, but Trump is still making these remarks. What do you think on that? And also, again, to you, how do you think Iran's going to take this?
Well, I think you've asked a number of questions there. I think that Iran actually did have enough enriched uranium to make a nuclear weapon if it made the political decision and the very complex technical preparations of miniaturization and fine-tuning the implosion device that it did not have, according to the CIA and the Director of National Intelligence in the US. So I think they did have it. It was blown up and probably buried underneath a mountain in June of last year. That attack created a kind of chain reaction situation where all of a sudden this enriched uranium was there, but because the inspectors were no longer there, the US and the international community no longer had eyes on it. And so, that created this sort of inevitable situation. And this was kind of a sort of gaslighting on the part of certain interests in Washington and certain foreign countries, as has emerged in recent days, in an attempt to kind of push the United States into taking part in this conflict that Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu has been wanting for something like 30 years. So I think that that is the situation that we're in, more broadly. As for what the Iranians are thinking right now, I don't think the Iranians are listening to anything Trump is saying. I don't think any serious geopolitical strategist is thinking about what Trump is saying. I think everyone is looking at the thousands of U.S. elite troops and parachutists that are gathering around the Persian Gulf and waiting for the markets to close, on Friday, and possibly, weather permitting, launching some kind of operation to break what is considered a sort of stalemate, a kind of war of attrition, and create some new realities on the ground to get into a better negotiating position. Iran is not interested, actually, in negotiating right now. They want to make the punishment for the region and the world so harsh that the United States and Israel don't think about another attack again. And that is why they were, in addition to the fact that the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Qatar were basing US military hardware that was used against Iran, that was also one of the reasons why Iran attacked those countries, to just mess with the whole global economy. For 30-odd years, Iran has been kind of under sanctions, and so they don't really have a connection to that global economy, so they can afford to destroy that global economy as a way of exacting pain on the rest of the world for allowing this conflict.
Thank you, Borzu. Please stay with us, as I'll join back with you shortly. We now have some breaking news coming in. 2 people have been severely injured after a Hezbollah rocket struck the northern Israeli city of Nahariya. According to emergency services, a man in his 30s is in critical condition after another man in his 50s has sustained serious injuries. Both are being treated at the scene. The strike comes after Hezbollah launched a barrage of rockets towards northern Israel from Lebanon. Officials say the group has carried out dozens of rocket and drone attacks over the course of the day, escalating tensions along the Israel-Lebanon border. We have some more breaking news now. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has arrived in Saudi Arabia, where he says important meetings are scheduled. In a post on X, Zelensky thanked partners for their support and emphasized cooperation to strengthen regional security. The visit comes as several Gulf nations look to Ukraine for expertise in countering Iranian-made drones, weapons Kyiv has faced extensively during the war with Russia. Ukraine's experience in defending against large-scale drone attacks is now becoming increasingly relevant for countries in the Middle East amid rising tensions. The meetings are expected to focus on security cooperation, defense technology, and strengthening strategic partnerships in the region. We are now being joined by Mark Sutherland. Thank you for joining us back here for this. So as we just heard with our breaking development, with Zelensky going to Saudi Arabia to speaking to Gulf countries about how to counterattack drone strikes. The thing is obviously the war with Ukraine and Russia doesn't also seem like it's going to calm down anytime soon. Again, another 2 countries that have had rounds and rounds of talks and haven't really got anywhere, like the US and Iran. How do you think these talks are going to go with these Gulf states and Ukraine? And do you think that maybe Zelensky is doing this to make sure he still has the backing from these other countries despite what's going on in theirs?
As we recall, the Russians invaded in February 2022, and respectfully, I don't remember much negotiation to stop that under the Biden regime at all, and including under the European Union. and the chatter about Boris Johnson going out, even though there was a deal on the table within 3 weeks, and then stopping that. The geopolitical machinations and intrigue and depth is huge on all of these issues. We're fully aware of Iran then providing drones to Russia. We're also looking at all the links in regard to then giving advice to Venezuela on how you can get around sanctions. This goes very deeply, and of course where China gets his gas from in regard to Iran, etc. Why am I saying that? It's describing the links, and also then MB Saudi Arabia there has turned around. It reported quietly behind the scenes in telling Trump, "You need to finish this. We need to get rid of this regime," and also with the threat to Saudi attacks, rockets that have gone in their direction, their concerns, drones, and now we have this interesting discussion because Zelensky there, understandably, is turning around and going, we have held the Russian line. You have to remember that 1 million soldiers have died on their side, which is just appalling and sad, and the amount of maybe 850,000 to the equivalent of that, then with all the destruction that's all happened on the Ukrainian side. And we then go back to color revolutions of 2014 and Poroshenko. Why am I saying this? Not to be clever, but there has been a long build-up to where we are now. Zelensky offering advice on how you use drone swarms, the whole technology on the battlefield, which they have used to their great credit, has been changing. We see that in regard to the fact that traditionally you would then have tank warfare, and how a lot of artillery and a lot of tanks have actually been taken out by the Ukrainians. We all watch films. We all think of any Gerard Butler movie involving blowing up the White House and turning around. It's all this swarm of drones. This is how things have moved on from what we may see in films to the actual reality on the ground, because drones move that you can move in without having to send ground troops in. Even though, just quickly in regard to Ukraine and Russia, there has been the trench warfare where the Ukrainians have dug in to then provide the resistance to Russia. So the battlefield and how you conduct those has changed, Ellie. Hence why that conversation to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Again, please stay with us as I will be joining back with you shortly. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned that the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is causing serious disruptions across the global economy. Speaking to business leaders in Moscow, Putin said the crisis is inflicting major damage on international logistics production and supply chains, hitting industries like hydrocarbons, metals and fertilizers particularly hard. Putin admitted that predicting the full consequences is extremely difficult, noting that even those involved in the conflict likely cannot foresee the outcome. He drew a parallel with the COVID-19 pandemic, saying some assessments already compare the potential economic fallout to global disruption caused by the virus. He added that trade, investment and international relations are facing increasingly frequent upheavals, creating a new reality for the global economy. Putin stressed that Russia must remain strong and united in protecting its national interests and navigating these challenges as the world adapts to this rapidly changing economic landscape. Let's listen in.
Последствия конфликта на Ближнем Востоке пока трудно в точности спрогнозировать. Мне кажется, что те, кто вовлечены в конфликт, они сами ничего не могут спрогнозировать. Но для нас это еще сложнее. Но тем не менее мы должны жить в тех условиях, в которых происходят обозначенные события. Правда, звучат уже оценки, что их можно сравнить с эпидемией коронавируса. А она, напомню, резко затормозила развитие всех, без исключения регионов и континентов, и решением социальных задач. Пользуясь случаем, не случайно сейчас была проведена параллель с недавней эпидемией. События, с которыми сталкивается мировое сообщество в последние годы, показывают, что потрясения в торговой, инвестиционной сферах в международных отношениях в целом происходят все чаще и чаще.
We are now being rejoined again by Mark Sutherland. Thank you, Mark, for sticking with us for this. As we just heard, and in Putin's talk as well, that Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned about the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is causing serious disruptions across the global economy. Now, we know this. We know there's many disruptions going on worldwide. Oil prices are hiking. Countries are now having to import oil from, for example, Russia, who they didn't buy oil from a very long time. These sort of things are happening. And then he went to relate it to the coronavirus pandemic. What could you tell us about this situation? How he managed to relate the two? And second of all, how he's now coming out saying, oh, the global economy is suffering, when evidently so, majority of these countries already know.
He used the word with what you've just said, because I couldn't see the translation, the global pandemic. Maybe some of us would call it the global plandemic, but that's another program that needs about 6 hours of a conversation. We also are fully aware that in regard to Russia, that in the first Trump administration, he had a right old go at the European leaders, saying that why are you relying on Russian gas, Russian oil, because whatever Russia does, you are then feeding all that into their economy and what they then want to geopolitically get up to. And he, of course, Trump has been proven right on that one. And also to remember, without being offensive, we have discussed this before, that if you then have the Russian ghost fleet, that Russian ghost fleet is then transferring oil around the world, and of course even India has then been buying that. So again, geopolitically, we have to remember all of these things. Russia is has taken a hammering in regard to its war on Ukraine. There has been bombing of their oil infrastructure to then slow that down. But as the oil price goes up, if they are still pumping that out, if they are in a position to sell that, get that out, then of course that then benefits their war chest as well. And this is again you and I need a map to map out all the geopolitical effects of what is going on, plus put this in the background as well, that for the Trump and the Trump administration, their number one concern very soon is China and what China has been doing. And then within Russia, if you're then looking at people like Alexander Dugin and then pushing a philosophy of a multipolar world where you divide it into 3 or 4 regions and then ask people to just go and mine that region and get out of other regions. This is the kind of thing that's going on as well. This is not this is to some maybe 1984 or the Brave New World unfolding, and we're seeing certain things in reality unfolding, which is dividing the world up regionally. And Alexander Dugin, who has always been accused of being Putin's brain, has been pushing that philosophy for a long time. And America, the Trump administration, is very aware of what China is getting up to. China is getting up to in their backyard, and also the amount of drugs that have gone over the border in the southern border under the Biden administration, etc., along with many, many illegal people, ranging from maybe 11 million up to about 50 million, which may sound a completely over the top number, but people need to work that out. It's about the infiltration into America physically, along with the ideas that come with that, affecting the Constitution of the United States. And the Trump administration is looking at all of that, and all these geopolitical machinations now. That is all part of that, where they see, well, we wish to change that because the Chinese are our biggest enemy coming down the line, and of course there is Taiwan. again, as I say, we need about 6
I'm
hours
really
to
sorry,
discuss
Mark.
it.
We're running out of time, but it's lovely, as always, speaking with you. Thank you for coming to join us on the show. Yemen's Houthi movement has signalled it is ready to join the war in support of Iran, raising fresh concerns over global shipping routes. According to reports, a senior Houthi leader said the group is fully prepared to enter the conflict if needed, as tensions escalate across the Middle East. The development has sparked fears over maritime security, particularly in the Bab al-Mandab Strait, a critical choke point for global trade in oil shipments. Analysis warn that any Houthi intervention could significantly disrupt shipping, especially as the Strait of Hormuz is already facing instability due to the ongoing conflict. The Houthis have previously targeted vessels in the Red Sea, and their potential involvement now could widen the conflict further, increasing risk to global energy supplies and trade routes. We are now being rejoined again by Bozu. Thank you for joining us back here and waiting with us. So as we just heard about this, that Yemen's Houthis movement is saying they are ready to join the war in support of Iran. Now this would literally escalate the war further as more and more countries are getting involved. And the dangers of more energy crisis and more oil shipments being blocked. Do you think the Houthis and Iran have been in direct talks about this? And second of all, how do you think the United States and Israel have probably reacted to this as well?
Well, I mean, as to your second question, I don't think that they have planned it out. I think that the United States and Israel were counting on a quick 3-day war that would be over, and then the people would rise up, and then they would take over, and then either Iran would plunge into civil war or there would be regime change. So they're playing it by ear. They're kind of playing, they're improvising as they go along. But Ellie, to your broader point, and you mentioned earlier about Saudi Arabia and Ukraine collaborating. Russia is providing signals intelligence and possibly weaponry to Iran. This is really important, and it's really important for people in India who are watching and listening in to kind of understand this. We're moving towards something like World War III, where you have all these countries involved, all these camps involved: China, Russia, Iran, the Houthis, maybe the militias in Iraq on the one hand, Israel, the United States, the Gulf states, maybe the European countries later moving in on the other hand, in a widespread, more geographically dispersed conflict, Ukraine and Russia being part of that conflict. Just as the United States is backing Ukraine against Russia, Russia is going to start very heavily backing Iran against the US. And China might join in that as well. And that is going to be really disastrous. And that could turn into with ground troops moving in from the United States, that could turn into a escalating, out of control, multi-year war. That is what I'm most afraid of. Not people running from as the previous guest was saying, people running across the Mexican border into the United States or whatever. What's really concerning is how this war will impact energy prices, consumer prices. We have a very delicate supply chains around the world. And consumer prices are going to go up. People are going to have to buckle up and do something. Or diplomats, including from India, should try to intervene and stop this from escalating.
Thank you so much, Bozu, for joining us here on NewsX World. It was a pleasure speaking with you. The shipment of humanitarian aid from Egypt arrived at the ports of Beirut as escalating hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah continue. Egyptian Foreign Minister Abd Abdalati led the delegation, joined by Minister of Public Works Fayez Ramzani and Lebanese Minister for Social Affairs Hanine Sayed. Abdeliti stressed that Egypt stands with the Lebanese government and army, supporting Lebanon's sovereignty across all regions north and south of the Litani River. He said this shipment is only the beginning and promised Egypt will continue to meet the needs of the Lebanese people in the spirit of the Arab solidarity. The aid arrival comes amid mass displacement, civilian casualties and ongoing clashes in southern Lebanon as the regional conflict continues. Let's listen in.
والدولة المصرية تقف إلى جانب الجيش اللبناني وإلى جانب قرارات الحكومة اللبنانية بفرض سيادتها وفرض سلطتها على كل ربوع لبنان سواء شمال الليطاني أو جنوب الليطاني. هذه الشحنة ليست إلا بداية وأن مصر على استعداد لتلبية كافة طلبات الشعب اللبناني الشقيق والحكومة اللبنانية في إطار التضامن المصري اللبناني والتضامن.
The head of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo, has said that the multilateral trade system has fundamentally changed and that countries must look ahead to reform it. Addressing the plenary session of the WTO ministerial meet in Cameroon, the WTO chief has noted that while 72% of global trade still outrates under WTO rules, but the system faces significant uncertainty due to the ongoing Middle East conflict and the impact of US tariffs on countries worldwide. Let's listen in to her statements.
It's no secret that the world trading system is experiencing the worst disruptions in the past 80 years. But these disruptions are a symptom of the wider disruptions shaking the international order created after the Second World War to prevent a repeat of the horrors of the first half of the 20th century. Three things are clear. First, the world order and the multilateral system we used to know has irrevocably changed. Second, we will not get it back. And third, we must look to the future. That means figuring out what worked well in the old order so we can keep it and build on it. It means figuring out what did not work well so we can repair it. And it also means identifying the gaps in the renewed order we are shaping so we can close them.
Key challenges identified during the meeting include the paralysis of the WTO's dispute settlement body and the lack of transparency in notifying the use of subsidies. For 2025, only 64 WTO members filed subsidy notifications, leaving 102 countries unreported. This lack of transparency affects trust and fosters suspicion of unfair and anti-competitive practices, making it harder for members to agree on new rules and reforms. We finish this hour with some more breaking news. A US judge has dismissed X Corp's antitrust lawsuit against the World Federation of Advertisers and major companies including Mars, CVS Health and Colgate-Palmolive. The lawsuit had accused these companies of illegally boycotting Elon Musk's social media platform. US District Judge Jane Boyle, presiding in Dallas federal court, ruled that X Corp failed to prove its surrender harm under federal antitrust laws. The decision ends the legal challenge over alleged coordinated action against Musk's company, with the court finding insufficient evidence to support claims of anti-competitive behaviour. X Corp may consider its next steps following the ruling. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching The World Reports on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump warned Iran to engage in talks to end the Middle East war before it is too late, after Tehran publicly spurned US overtures to resolve the nearly 4-week conflict. An Israeli airstrike has killed Aliza Tangziri, commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Israel's defense minister has said the killing was carried in a precise operation and targeted other senior officers of the naval command. Iran is letting Malaysian tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz after talks with Iranian, Turkish and other regional leaders, Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim said. Oil prices surged 5% as hopes for a peace deal between the United States and Iran wavered. Brent North Sea crude jumped 5.2% and West Texas Intermediate jumped 4.9%, with President Donald Trump warning Tehran to engage in talks before it's too late. The global trading system is experiencing the worst disruptions in the past 80 years, World Trade Organization Chief Nogzo Okonjo warned as the WTO Ministerial Conference opened today. Finnish President Alexander Stubb, who has close ties with both US President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, fears US-led Ukraine peace talks may be over. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. Meetings comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominated the agenda. And we start this hour with some breaking news. Iran says it has carried out drone strikes targeting strategic Israeli sites in the port city of Haifa. According to the Iranian army, the attacks began overnight and focused on what it described as sensitive military and infrastructure targets. Tehran claims it struck fuel tanks used by Israeli fighter jets, as well as a facility involved in the manufacturing and maintenance of naval vessels in the eastern Mediterranean. There has been no immediate confirmation from Israel on the extent of the damage. And for your top stories this hour, the Gulf Cooperation Council has called for a diplomatic solution to end Iranian attacks on its energy facilities. GCC Secretary General al-Bidouieh described the strikes on key refineries in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait as brutal aggression with global economic impact, warning that closure of the Strait of Hormuz could slow economic growth worldwide. He stressed that the situation is an international responsibility and that what is a threat today could grow if oil supply chains are not protected. Al-Bidouieh said the GCC's message to the world is clear. Iran must immediately and unconditionally stop its attacks. He emphasized that the Gulf countries do not seek to destroy Iran, but rather do to build a good relationship. The GCC also wants to be involved in any US-Iran talks, sending a unified international message to prevent further escalation in the region. Listen in.
نؤكد على ضرورة إشراك دول مجلس التعاون في أي محادثات أو اتفاقيات لحل هذه الأزمة بما يسهم في تعزيز حفظ أمنها واستقرارها وضمان عدم تكرار هذه الاعتداءات مرة أخرى حيث قامت بإغلاق مضيق هرمز ومنعت مرور السفن التجارية وناقلات النفط وفرضت مبالغ على العبور في المضيق وهي تعدي مخالف لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار.
We are now being joined by Lev Aaron, who's a Middle East commentator, joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Lev, for joining us here for this. As we just heard, the Gulf Cooperation Council has called for a diplomatic solution to end attacks on its energy facilities. As we know, oil prices are continuing to surge. They've gone up another 5% today. And it is a global issue. Countries all around the world are facing this price hike from this conflict. And the GCC said they urge other international countries to get involved. Do you think that's also a message to NATO, NATO allies, because of the GCC getting involved? Do you think they're also extending that message to try and push NATO to help?
I think that with Trump, we don't have much of a NATO. And the pressure on Trump is not because of this or that organization. It is because of the agriculture in the US, the elections in the US, and the fact that this war is not very popular among the left side and also among the far right side. So this is like the main pressure for President Trump. This is why he's suggesting diplomacy. And we all need to hope that maybe Iran will come to the negotiation table and they will see some kind of solution.
And as we know, they said about stressing about the situation that it is growing rapidly and wants to also be included in any talks with US and Iran. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they also want to sit on it? Is because they want to make sure that they are known what to do is helping with them, especially so the strikes don't carry on throughout the Gulf?
It seems that, let's say, most of the international community did not want this war. And as far as Europe is concerned, that needs to decide if they go to Islamabad or they do not go to Islamabad. And right now, we don't have that many players. We have the Gulf countries. I don't know if you read what the Emirates ambassador in Washington said. He wants America to keep the war. We have Israel, who sees Iran as a real threat, existential threat to the Israeli security. Also in Israel, they want the United States to keep the war if Iran doesn't come to the table. And we have Trump, and Trump will be the only one to decide at the end of the day.
Thank you, Lev. Please stay with us as I will be joining back with you very shortly. We have some more breaking news for you now. China's foreign minister has called for dialogue to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue, stressing that it should not become a reason for the use of force. In remarks following a call with his Canadian counterpart, he urged the international community to encourage both the United States and Iran to return to the negotiating table. He also said China and Canada can play a constructive role in easing tensions and promoting diplomatic engagement. The comments come amid rising concerns over escalation in the Middle East, with Beijing positioning itself as a supporter of dialogue and stability. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is continuing its strikes on Iran with full force. In a brief video message, Netanyahu confirmed that Israeli forces assassinated Alireza Tangsiri, the head of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, calling him a great deal of blood on his hands, and for leading the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The Prime Minister described the operation as part of the ongoing Israeli efforts against what he called the Iranian terror regime. Netanyahu also highlighted close cooperation with the United States, calling the attack yet another example of the two countries working together to achieve shared objectives in the region. The message signals Israel's intent to continue targeted operations while emphasizing its alliance with Washington amid escalating tensions in the Gulf. Listen in.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית במטרה משותפת להשיג את מטרות.
We are now being joined by Lev Aaron again. Thank you, Lev, for joining us back here for this. As we just heard, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that that they are responsible for the killing of the Alireza Tangsiri, the head of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. As we know, Israel are doing targeted attacks. Obviously, US and Israel assassinated or managed to kill Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader. Now the head of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Who do you think they're going to do next? Do you think it's going to be the new leader, the new supreme leader, Khamenei's son? Or do you think now they are just going to keep making sure they're targeting the crucial sites for Iran?
Right now, Iran is a military dictatorship. It means that the guys who rule Iran are less maybe religious and more belong to a group that was not that strong at 1917. It means that for Israel, as far as Israel is concerned, the fact that more and more officers of the Revolutionary Guards will be killed, also the regime will be much weaker. And again, it is a big question if Iran wants negotiations with the US, because if Iran goes to Islamabad and have the negotiations with Trump, Israel cannot walk over the red lines of America. If America tells Israel to stop, Israel will have to stop. But because of that, Israel is trying the best it can do for the next, let's say 2-3 days, to kill as many officers as possible in the Iranian army.
Thank you so much, Lev, for joining us here on NewsX World. It's a pleasure speaking with you. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noel Barrot held a series of bilateral meetings ahead of the G7 Foreign Ministers Summit near Paris. Barrot met EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas, Canada's Foreign Minister Anita Anand, Saudi Arabia's Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farah Al Saud, and India's Foreign Minister Subrahman Jaishankar at the historic Vul de Cerne Abbey. The discussions focused on the ongoing conflict in the Near and Middle East, Ukraine, and global energy security. Anita Anand outlined plans for a new defence bank to support small and medium-sized defence firms and stressed Canada's position on Ukraine. She also called on G7 to collectively support war de-escalation in the Middle East. Let's listen in.
Canada is engaging in diplomatic efforts with every country. I've spoken with every country that has been impacted by retaliatory strikes in the Middle East, as well as with all G7 members, to ensure that we are collectively advocating for de-escalation and for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz and for a path forward for the Iranian people that preserves.
The G7 summit will bring together ministers from Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and the US alongside the European Union. Meanwhile, South Africa was disinvited from the June G7 summit in Ivan, reportedly under US pressure following tensions over the G20 presidency and Washington's criticism. G7 had a series of meetings with G7 foreign ministers near Paris, and we just heard Canada also being very vocal about this situation. What does this mean for the fact that the foreign ministers are meeting and getting talks going to try and help what's going on right now in the world?
Yeah, good evening, Ellie. Thank you for inviting me for your show. My take on the whole issue is that the geopolitical churn has further intensified with lack of trust becoming the center of gravity of all relationship. It's compounding day by day, and none other than a superpower is leading the race. So all activities emanating from the superpower are actually pointing towards a paradigm of lack of trust, and that lack of trust is adding on to complexities in geopolitical fault lines. And these fault lines happens to be cracking here in Middle East between Iran and Israel. USA unfortunately has been entrapped, and I have coined a term called as escalation entrapment. More Donald Trump or USA tries to restrain, more it will be attracted towards escalation. And more it gets attracted to the escalation, more it gets entrapped. It is going to find itself very difficult to come out of this escalating entrapment. So therefore, the only solution is only twofold. One, there should be an abrupt, sharp and blind U-turn by the United States of America, getting back to its domestic constituency or going ahead with whatever they have in the agenda, Cuba, Greenland or whatever, and leave the Middle East conflict to Israel and Iran. Let them run the show the way they wish to. Let them settle it. Enough water have flown down the Euphrates and Tigris. Second is stay on, keep escalating, keep looking for de-escalation, and keep giving pauses for diplomacy and dialogue, and hope for the best, which will never see the light of the day. And third and most important thing is that get the collective involvement of like-minded countries and stakeholders and bring this mindless conflict to de-escalate as fast as possible, which I presume, some beginning has been made towards that end. And therefore, this G7 meeting that you are alluding to, they have referred to this particular expanding spheres of conflict zone from Middle East, from regional conflict. It is actually spilling over beyond the spheres of influence of the region. It has started impacting the world over because of energy. Energy has got no boundaries. The energy security is actually flailing. And third and most important thing is the livelihood. If energy security is challenged, the livelihood of common man, regardless leading economic countries or the global south, they all will be impacted very adversely. Therefore, the G7 is making the right noise and bringing the world order and relevant stakeholders together to ensure that the mindless conflict in the Middle East is de-escalated as far as possible. Otherwise, there is a huge potential to head towards the nuclear holocaust. Back to you, please.
Thank you so much, Major General Stakhaji. But please stay with us, as I'll be back with you shortly. We have some more breaking news coming in now. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has criticised what he calls a double standard in international responses to regional conflicts. Posting on X, he pointed out that the United States has backed Israel's blockade of Gaza, restricting humanitarian aid under security claims. Yet, he noted the same powers condemn Iran for defending its interest in the Strait of Hormuz. We are now being rejoined again by Major General Stakhaji. Thank you for joining us back here for this breaking. As we just had, Iran's foreign minister has put a post out on social media calling it a double standard. What do you think of this, and what is your take on this situation and what he stated in this post?
My take on the entire issue is that the 15-point peace proposal mooted by Donald Trump is actually a non-starter. And because when you try to make a beginning or bring about thaw in the current impasse, the dominating stakeholder should always factor in the aspiration or expectations of the affected or the victim or the defender. In the instant case, none of the points given in 15-point peace proposal includes any of the expected points or aspirations of the Iran. Iran demands that there should be a permanent solution. It demands that all the American bases, they should be done away with. It demands that there should be a guarantee that the Iran is not going to be attacked in future by any party. It also expecting that the reparation or damages which are inflicted on the properties and the assets should be reimbursed. And more than that, it also expects that it as a country should enjoy the autonomy and protect its national interest. So these are the demands of Iran. None of these points, they find a mention in the 15-point proposal given by
I'm really sorry, Major General Stakhaji. We've got another breaking coming in now. The United Arab Emirates says it intercepted 15 ballistic missiles and 11 drones launched by Iran in the latest wave of attacks. According to the Emirati Defense Ministry, debris from intercepted missiles struck areas in Abu Dhabi, killing 2 people and injuring 3 others. Officials say a total of 10 people have now been killed in the UAE since the start of the current conflict. The strikes come amid heavy missile fire targeting Israel as well, highlighting the widened scope of the confrontation. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky called on European countries to block Russian tankers and seize their oil, urging stronger measures against Russia's so-called shadow fleet. Zelensky condemned Denmark, Sweden and France for detaining vessels suspected of circumventing Western sanctions. He described these actions as effective and warned that Russian tankers must not feel safe in European waters. Zelensky highlighted that every dollar Russia earns from oil and gas fuels its ongoing military operations, destabilizing Ukraine and the wider region. He called for coordinated legislation across Europe that would allow countries to block Russian tankers and confiscate oil, describing it as a critical tool to limit Moscow's influence over the continent. Let's listen in.
We all know that for Russia, money from oil and gas means more time for war. Putin turns every dollar he earns into killing and destabilization. So please keep the pressure on Russia, its tankers and shadow fleet must not feel safe in European waters. I thank Denmark and Sweden and France for detaining these vessels, a clear demonstration that enforcement is not only possible but effective. Now we must go further. These tankers must not just be stopped, they must not be used to bypass.
We are now being rejoined again by Major General Sadakaji. Thank you for joining us back here for this. As we just heard, Zelensky has said that any dollars that you give Russia is what funds them to go to war with Ukraine. What is your thoughts on that statement?
Yeah, but he's right to large an extent, because now that the focus of attention of the global order has shifted away from Central Europe to Middle East. With that focus of attention and the oil rigs having been hit or retaliated by Iran, the energy security, which flows out at the rate of 20% of the global requirement through the Strait of Hormuz, has been impacted. And so much so, they say that every increase of $1 per barrel, the cost of barrel, it impacts the GDP of a country very significantly. It makes a change of 40 to 50 basic points. 100 basic points is equivalent to 1% of GDP. That is how it is to be understood. And if the oil and gas, 20% of supply through Strait of Hormuz is impacted, then the whole world is affected, not only the countries which are towards the Indian Ocean or towards South China Sea. I'm actually indicating India and China and Southeast Asian countries, but also other countries as well. The Middle East countries get impacted equally. So therefore, with this kind of
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I'm Ellie Richardson. Let's have a look at some of the top stories of today. US President Donald Trump has spoken from the White House on the US-Israel war with Iran, reiterating that Tehran is seeking a deal to end the conflict, but to stress that any agreement depends on Iran's actions. President Trump has claimed that the United States has been highly successful in the war so far, reporting that Iran's military has been largely neutralized, including the destruction of Navy units, Air Force capabilities, and defense industrial bases. Trump has also added that the US is ahead of schedule and that Iran now faces the choice of making a deal or facing continued onslaught. Trump has emphasized that Iranian leaders are quote-unquote great negotiators but lousy fighters. Moreover, Trump has downplayed concerns over rising gas prices and the stock market, saying the impact has not been as severe as expected. Trump has also struck a critical note against NATO, saying they did not provide the support he expected during the ongoing war with Iran. We are now being joined by Meher Khurana, who's a NewsX World reporter, reporting live from the newsroom. Thank you, Meher, for joining us here. What more can you tell us about this developing story?
Well, yes, Ellie, US President Donald Trump has just recently wrapped up his first cabinet meeting since the Iran war has started, since 28th of February. Now, he's also commented about a lot of things ranging from the negotiations with Tehran. He's also criticized NATO. He's also spoken about the gas and oil prices that have not risen as per Donald Trump, not risen up to his expectations. Well, Trump has said that Tehran is obviously seeking a deal and the ball is now in the courts of United States, and he said that he's closely monitoring the actions of Iran. Now, he said that the United States has been successful so far, and he's claimed that Iran's military has been largely neutralized, including key Navy units, Air Force capabilities, as well as their defense industrial bases. He's added that US is ahead of schedule and that Iran now faces a clear choice to make a deal or face continued onslaught from the United States. The president has also described the Iranian leaders as, quote, great negotiators but lousy fighters. Now, Trump has downplayed concerns over the gas prices, as you mentioned, and he's saying that the impact has not been severe as what he had expected earlier. He's criticized NATO for not providing the level of support that he anticipated during the ongoing conflict with Iran. Now, on energy, Trump has confirmed that Iran provided the United States with 10 tankers, 8 of which were carrying oil through the Strait of Hormuz, and flagged under Pakistan, while he continues to hold very substantial talks with Tehran, which are going on in Pakistan. Now, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also weighed in, and he's reassured that markets, that shipping traffics will continue to increase even before the Strait of Hormuz is fully secured. He added that the oil markets will remain well supplied and with absolute security. Energy prices and inflation are also expected to remain under control, according to him. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also noted that the United States is closely monitoring Iran's response and highlighted that Iran's repeated stalling in the talks and insistence on uranium enrichment are complicating the peace process with the United States. Now, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has also commented and confirmed that a 15-point action list has been presented to Iran as a framework for a potential peace deal. He also noted that while some progress is visible there, he said that Iran continues to rebuff US requests and insists on its right to nuclear enrichment. Now, as US President Donald Trump says, the coming days will be critical and Iran must decide whether to engage seriously in negotiations or face further consequences of ongoing US and Israeli operations against them. Over to you, Ellie.
Thank you, Meher. Please stay with us as I will be joining back with you very shortly. Iran has formally delivered its response to a 15-point US proposal aimed at ending the war, according to sources cited by Tasman News Agency. Tehran has sent its reply through mediators and is now awaiting a response from Washington. In its message, Iran called for an immediate halt to what it described as ongoing aggression and targeted assassinations. It also demanded realistic conditions to prevent future conflict, along with guarantees of compensation for war-related damages. Iran stressed that any agreement must include all fronts, including allied resistant groups. However, a senior Iranian official told media there is still no realistic prospect for negotiations at this stage. The officials described the US proposal as one-sided and unfair, claiming it serves only American and Israeli interests. We are again being joined by Meher. Thank you, Meher, for joining us back here. What more can you tell us on this developing story as well, please?
Well, yes, Ellie, we have been tracking developments related to the United States, Israel and Iran war very closely, and well, today we have had some reports of some senior Iranian officials who said that they have given out a response to US proposed 15-point peace plan for Iran. Now, according to the sources, the response has been sent through the mediators, and Tehran is now waiting for Washington's response. Now, Iran has called for an immediate halt to what it described as ongoing aggression and targeted assassinations of their IRCG members. Now, Tehran has also demanded realistic conditions to prevent the future conflict, as well as some security guarantees for compensation for war-related damages that have been caused by US and Israel. Now, crucially, Iran has stressed that any agreement must address all fronts, including the activities of allied resistance groups, ensuring that no part of the conflict is unresolved. Now, a senior Iranian official has told reporters that despite this exchange of messages, there is no realistic prospect for formal negotiations at this stage. Now, the official has also described the United States proposal as one-sided and unfair, to be precise, and has said that the proposal serves only American and Israeli interests and none for Iran. Now, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also spoken on X today, and he's criticized what he called a double standard in international responses to regional conflicts. Now, he highlighted that the United States has backed Israel's blockade of Gaza, restricting humanitarian aid under security claims, but yet the same powers condemn Iran for defending its interests in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, he said that these actions from the United States have been contradictory to what he feels. Now, meanwhile, Pakistan is positioning itself as a potential mediator here. Defense Minister Khaja Asif said that the United States' push to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is unnecessary, noting that it was already open before the war. Now, Tehran has allowed friendly nations including India, Pakistan, Iraq, China and Russia to use the strategic waterway, maintaining some flow of global oil shipments across the Strait of Hormuz. Now, even if a ceasefire were agreed, significant issues still remain unresolved. Iran's nuclear program and its 440 kilogram stockpile of highly enriched uranium continue to be a major sticking point in these peace negotiations taking place. Now, Tehran has also demanded financial compensation for war, as I mentioned earlier, as well as some security guarantees against future military aggression and recognition of its sovereignty and strategic areas such as the Strait of Hormuz as well. For now, Iran is awaiting Washington's response on this, and the region remains on high alert, and we will continue to bring you more developments as we are tracking this news very closely. Over to you, Ellie.
Thank you so much, Meher, for joining us here on the newsroom. Thank you. President Donald Trump has made a forceful statement on the US relationship with NATO. Speaking on Truth Social, Trump said the United States needs nothing from NATO, claiming that member nations have done absolutely nothing to help with Iran. He described Iran as a lunatic nation that has now been military weakened. Trump emphasized that the US acted independently and stressed the importance of remembering this point in time. As of March 2026, NATO is not formally involved in the Iran-US-Israel war, and Secretary General Mark Rutte has stated that there are no plans for alliance-wide participation, despite supporting individual member efforts. While tensions exist, including Iranian missile interception near Turkey, NATO has limited its role to enabling support rather than initiating Article 5. Lebanon has announced that it will file a complaint with the UN Secretary Council against Israel's military actions in the country. The decision comes as Israel continues strikes targeting Hezbollah. The Lebanese government has warned that Israel attacks, including the destruction of bridges over the Litani River and demolition of homes, poses a serious threat to the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Moreover, the government has also noted that mass displacements of residents south of the Litani River are underway. Let's listen in to what the Lebanese information minister has said on the matter.
لقد قامت إسرائيل بتفجير أكثرية الجسور الواقعة على نهر الليطاني بمسعى لفصل هذه المنطقة عن بقية الأراضي اللبنانية. ترافق ذلك مع عملية تهجير جماعي لسكان المدن والقرى الواقعة جنوب الليطاني، وعملية قضم يومي للأراضي وهدم منازلها وأحيانا جرفها بالكامل، وكأنها إشارة أن لا عودة للمدنيين لمنازلهم في القريب العاجل. نحن نعتبر هذه الأفعال والأقوال تحت أي عنوان كان، مثل الحزام الأمني أو المنطقة العازلة، أمرا خطيرا للغاية يهدد سيادة لبنان وسلامة أراضيه وحقوق أبنائه، كما يتناقض تماما مع القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني وميثاق الأمم المتحدة.
Earlier in the day, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky called on European countries to block Russian tankers and seize their oil, urging stronger measures against Russia's so-called shadow fleet. Zelensky condemned Denmark, Sweden and France for detaining vessels suspected of circumventing Western sanctions. He described these actions as effective and warned that Russian tankers must not feel safe in European waters. Zelensky highlighted that every dollar Russia earns from oil and gas fuels its ongoing military operations, destabilizing Ukraine and the wider region. He called for coordinated legislation across Europe that would allow countries to block Russian tankers and confiscate oil, describing it as a critical tool to limit Moscow's influence over the continent. Let's listen in.
We all know that for Russia, money from oil and gas means more time for war. Putin turns every dollar he earns into killing and destabilization. So please keep the pressure on Russia. Its tankers and shadow fleet must not feel safe in European waters. I thank Denmark and Sweden and France for detaining these vessels, a clear demonstration that enforcement is not only possible but effective. Now we must go further. These tankers must not just be stopped, they must not be used to bypass.
We now have some breaking news. Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand has announced additional sanctions targeting 5 individuals and 4 entities linked to Iran's weapons procurement networks. Under the new sanctions, 100 more vessels from the Shadow Fleet will be added to the list, reinforcing Canada's commitment to international law and global security. Moreover, Anand has also said that the measures focused on Iranian business personnel and companies, supporting IRGC's weapons production and transfers. The sanctions respond to Iran's supply of arms, drones and technology to malign actors, including Iran's proxy networks and Russia, which use them in the war against Ukraine. With that, it's a wrap on the newsroom. Keep watching NewsX World for more news and updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I am Thomas Porteous and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines leading this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states its strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signaling a shift towards endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as preconditions for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Meanwhile, in Europe, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbass region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US positioning as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. In the United States, ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking-related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagements between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. The meeting comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Those are your headlines for the hour. We continue our coverage of the unfolding conflict in the Middle East. We have some responses coming in from around the globe. First, we head to China for an update, where the Foreign Ministry has said that Beijing is ready to play a constructive role in the Iran war, signaling willingness to support diplomatic efforts and encourage de-escalation in the region. We'll bring you more on that breaking news as soon as we get further information on it. But now we head to Israel, where Iran launched precision missiles at over 70 targets in the country early on Thursday, leaving 6 people wounded. Missile debris hit a neighborhood in Kafr Qasem, and emergency units were on the scene. Several interceptor missiles were seen in the skies over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as the army responded to the attacks. Sirens blared across Jerusalem on Thursday morning as the Israel Defense Forces reported detecting threats launched from Iran. Residents were urged to take cover as air raid alerts sounded multiple times, reflecting the escalating conflict between the two nations. This comes amid repeated Iranian missile barrages targeting Israeli territory and ongoing military operations in the region. Let's in fact listen in to the statements directly. Sirens there over Jerusalem, West Jerusalem, from the photos. Peter Baum joins us now, the editor of the Weekly Blitz. He joins us live from London. Peter, thank you very much for joining us. Consistent barrages coming from Iran towards Israel, most of which, of course, are intercepted by the world-renowned Iron Dome. Is Iran launching 70 with major cities being intercepted over. Does the scale of this attack signal a deliberate escalation? And what more from your sources are you hearing from what's going on inside Israel? We're getting not much footage in from those missiles that do make it through. We know people have been hospitalized today. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, okay, Thomas, thanks very much. Yes, I think it is an escalation by Iran, and I think this is usual when moves are afoot by the diplomats on both sides to come and achieve an end to the conflict, which won't be immediate, but certainly we're looking at 4 to 6 weeks. So I think this is a deliberate escalation by Iran. And let's just see what's happened over the last 15 hours. Last night in Israel, there were a wave of attacks from Iran, mainly in the north and centre of the country. The south was not impacted, so I believe. And most of the missiles were shot down. When I talk about a wave, they normally come in about 10 to 15 at a time. So last night there were 5 waves apparently, and most of the damage caused, all of the damage caused, was by debris falling from the missiles that were coming in, and several people were wounded from the debris and taken to hospital. Now, as we speak now, Thomas, there's another wave of a barrage of Iranian missiles coming in. So I've been cut off from colleagues who are now in their shelters, and the internet connection is quite poor. But they were expecting about 7 waves, so between 10 and 15 missiles coming in.
Yeah.
Again, aimed at the same area, the centre and the north of Israel. From what I understand, the first 3 waves, most of them were intercepted and either fell in what they call open ground. I don't know yet at this time where waves 4, 5, 6, and 7 have landed, or if they've been successfully intercepted. What is interesting, Thomas, though, that since the start of the war, although buildings have been damaged and people have been injured, the death toll within Israel from, direct, you call them precision missiles, has been relatively light. I think it's less than 20, which is quite incredible, frankly. But there has been damage, not as much, I must say, as in the 12-day war. So this is day 26, 27 of this war, and the damage to infrastructure in Israel is much less. They reckon about 70% less than the damage caused in the 12-day conflict with Iran in the summer, which indicates a number of things. Either Israel's air defense systems are working more effectively, or the Iranian missile launches aren't as effective due to the number of launches that have been taken out, or just plain good luck, Thomas.
Of course, I was going to refer to that, but Donald Trump pretty much makes the news agenda nowadays with his statements, of course, coming out and the top of every news bulletin. He's, of course, touting huge success when it comes to his operation, now looking for an off-ramp, seemingly, when it comes to this war. We are still, he describes, apologies, he describes the American military operation as being vastly successful, having obliterated the Navy, the missile capabilities coming out of Iran. However, we are still seeing those missiles fly in huge numbers over from Iran to the likes of Israel and other Gulf states. Donald Trump's statements about obliterating the military don't seem to be true, do they?
Well, I think you and I have used this phrase before. Trump is nothing but consistently inconsistent. So if we're looking for what's happening militarily, success or otherwise, I think most of us refer to the General Keane, the Central Command. Now, what we do know is that the Iranian Air Force has not been operative since the start of the conflict. We know that. There's been no Iranian aircraft in the skies, no Iranian bombs coming from aircraft. So I think we can safely assume that the Air Force, the Iranian Air Force, has been completely, if not obliterated, then damaged to the extent where it's not an effective military weapon for the Iranians. Then we come to the Navy. We know from the pictures that we've seen that many of the Iranian, much of the Iranian fleet has definitely been damaged. There's no doubt about that. And we know again from pictures that the IRGC have been severely hit. But you're quite right. When Trump talks about total victory, I think he's obviously being overly positive, because we have seen from what we've just been talking about a couple of minutes ago that Iran still has the ability to fire missiles at their enemies. There is no doubt about that. But realistically speaking, the Americans are definitely in the driving seat at the moment. It is difficult to see the Iranians being more effective than they are at the moment. And if the Americans and Israelis continue on their bombing campaign, that's going to create the conditions where they're going to be even more severely weakened. So I think Trump is right, and the American Central Committee are right, and thanks Commander Wright in suggesting that the Americans do have the upper hand.
Okay.
I wouldn't go so far as to puppet Trump's statements that it's they've been totally victorious.
Peter, stay with us. We're turning over to further statements now coming out of the Gulf. And according to the UAE government media office, 2 people were killed and 3 others wounded by falling debris after air defenses intercepted a ballistic missile on the outskirts of Abu Dhabi. The incident also caused damage to several vehicles. We have further breaking news for you coming up next, and a Turkish-operated oil tanker was targeted in the Black Sea early on Thursday, possibly by an unmanned surface vehicle, Turkey's Transport Minister Abdul Kadir Ergologlu said. The tanker, owned by Turkish firm Besiktas and flagged under a Sierra Leone flag, had left Russia's Novorossiysk port with about 1 million barrels of crude oil. It had 27 Turkish crew members on board. Ergologlu told televised interview cameras that an explosion occurred in the engine room after midnight, which he believes was specifically targeted. He said the attack was likely carried out by a water-level unmanned surface vehicle and not a drone. No casualties were reported, according to Turkish news agencies. Authorities are investigating the incident, which comes amid heightened tensions in the region. Now, according to reports, Iran's missile and drone strikes have rendered several key US military bases in the Middle East largely uninhabitable, forcing troops to operate from temporary locations, including hotels and office spaces. Reportedly, bases in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia have suffered damage to aircraft infrastructure, radar communication systems and fuel facilities, disrupting logistics and raising troop safety concerns. Despite the damage, US forces continue operations, deploying additional troops, air defense systems and rapid response units, while some personnel have been relocated to other countries to reduce vulnerability to Iranian strikes. Joining us to discuss all the updates is Peter Baum, an editor of the Weekly Blitz, joins us once again. Peter, this surely just shows us how unstable the Middle East has become now. This conflict really is wreaking havoc through the region. Donald Trump, of course, originally pitted this as a short operation, long an advocate for peace in the Middle East with his Gaza plan. This conflict is certainly turning out to be anything but that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Thomas. And paradoxically, these events regarding the damage to the US bases in the region, paradoxically, are a sign of both Iran's strength and I think what is going to lead to their downfall. What do I mean by this? Clearly, militarily, if the reports are true, even in the most extreme circumstances, then a number of US bases have been hit. in the region, in the various Gulf states where they were located. And as you quite rightly have reported, that a number of US troops formerly operating in those locations have had to move to different locations to continue their objective. And this would have been a sign of Iran's military success. Now, I think where the Iranians have gone wrong is politically, because those countries that would have eagerly called for a stoppage to the conflict are now calling for Donald Trump, if again reports are true, the US media, to go as long as he can in order to effect regime change. The UAE, Saudi, definitely in that camp, and I gather Bahrain, Kuwait, and even Qatar now are giving Donald Trump the green light. So the short-term military success that Iran undoubtedly achieved by damaging those US bases, I think the downside for them is the political isolation and the fact that former, if not allies, but former Arab states, which would have facilitated flexibility to ensure regime stayed as it was, and now dead against the continuation of the Ayatollahs in Iran.
Peter Baum, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. Great pleasure to speak to you. We now move on and over to some related updates, and Emirati oil executive Sultan Al Jaber, who heads Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, warned that weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz is not an act against a single nation, but economic terrorism affecting consumers worldwide. He said that Iran holding the strait hostage hits families at the gas pump, grocery store and pharmacy, and that no country should be allowed to destabilize the global economy in this way. Now on this story, we have retired Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar, a senior strategic and international affairs expert. He joins us live from New Delhi. Sir, the Strait of Hormuz certainly has become a focal point of this war. What do you make of the Emiratis' statements there? Of course, not only causing turmoil in the region, but also economic turmoil worldwide. How and if will this saga come to a conclusion?
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, the problem is acute and it's affecting most countries of the world. But to term as economic terrorism, I don't think is the correct thing, because you have to understand that today Iran, what kind of deterrence it has, because it doesn't have a strong military, it doesn't have a naval or the air power. So the only way I think Iran can retaliate is through these measures, because it really does not have anything else in its arsenal. We have seen missiles and drones. Apart from that, Iran is not having anything substantial to put pressure on either United States or the Gulf countries to negotiate with reasonable demands and finish this war. Because what we have seen in the last couple of days is a set of unrealistic demands on either side. What Iran is demanding, possibly US, if it concedes, it amounts to a loss of face or losing the war as such. And if US agrees if Iran agrees to the US demands, then it faces a similar kind of a predicament. So there has to be a meeting point somewhere in between. And somebody needs to mediate, because we are hearing Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt and all, because it's not going to work out. They are not actually mediators. They are only messengers. They are only conveying the messages from one party to another party. But proper mediation is required.
Yes.
And I feel that Qatar and Oman are the two countries which can do this. Thomas.
Okay. Dr. Kochar, stay with us. We have some news coming in from the Horn of Africa up next, and the Sudanese authorities have reported that at least 28 civilians have been killed in Sudan after drone strikes targeted a market in the central Kordofan region. The attack hit a busy area during peak hours, causing chaos and widespread casualties among men, women and children. Witnesses have stated that the strikes also left dozens injured, and emergency teams rushed to the scene to treat the victims. The United Nations human rights groups have condemned the attack, stressing the impact on civilian populations in areas already struggling with conflict. The incident comes amid escalating fighting between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, with both sides increasingly using drones in combat. The use of such weapons in populated areas raises serious concerns about the safety of civilians and the potential for further cross-border or collateral damage. We move on now and over to Europe, and Russian officials have said that an industrial area near one of Russia's biggest oil refineries was damaged in a Ukrainian drone attack. According to reports, at least 40% of Russia's oil export capacity is at a halt following Ukrainian drone attacks, a disputed attack on a major pipeline and the seizure of tankers. Ukraine has claimed that areas near one of Russia's largest oil refineries were hit by drone strikes, causing damage to industrial and energy infrastructure. However, the Romanian Defense Ministry has stated that fragments from the drones, which were intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses, fell on Romanian territory, showing the cross-border effects of the strikes. Joining us now, once again, is Dr. Kochar. Of course, we are seeing this conflict rage on even while Iran dominates the global headlines. Energy infrastructure still being hit by both sides as well. 40% of Russia's energy exports have been halted by these strikes. What more can you tell us about the strategy here from the Ukrainians and the Russians? Is this a success for Kiev?
Yeah, you see what is happening in today's war. I think the spectrum of conflict has been enlarged, because earlier we used to see it used to be a military versus a military command and control centers, a defense centers and things like this. But in today's conflict, we are seeing that a maximum damage is being imparted to the energy infrastructure, as on both sides. You see in Ukraine also, in especially Odessa, we have seen major strikes, and the grain exports also have been affected there. And the actually aim was to cripple the economic resilience of a country. So similarly, we are seeing these kind of strikes by the Ukrainians on the Russian energy infrastructure, because it's not a one-way traffic. It has to happen. Like if you inflict damage on mine, I will inflict damage on yours. We saw this happening, or we have seen this happening in the Iran war also, where the Iran energy infrastructure, south parts, its gas field was impacted, and it retaliated by targeting the Qatar gas plants. So these kind of things have become the new normal, I would say, that in today's warfare.
Dr. Kochar, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. A great pleasure to talk to you as always and get your viewpoints on these issues. We now have some further updates coming our viewers' way. Now to Lebanon, where Hezbollah fired multiple missiles at central Israel overnight, hours after 2 Israeli soldiers were seriously injured in southern Lebanon. The group claimed the salvo targeted the Israel Defense Forces Kiryat headquarters in Tel Aviv, but all missiles were intercepted. Additional rockets hit northern communities, Safed and the Golan Heights, with no direct injuries reported. A woman was moderately hurt while seeking shelter, and 2 others sustained minor car accident injuries. Since the escalation 3 weeks ago, Hezbollah has launched roughly 150 rockets daily, mostly at IDF forces in southern Lebanon, with the rest aimed at Israel. Israel has responded with heavy airstrikes, killing around 700 Hezbollah operatives, including elite Radwan force members, and expanding buffer zones in Lebanon. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to dismantle Hezbollah, while Foreign Minister Gideon Saar urged the UN to formally designate the group as a terrorist organization and hold Iran accountable. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states its strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signalling a shift toward endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find out a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as preconditions for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbas region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US position as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. Meeting comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Now to our top story of the bulletin. Iran fired 4 missile salvos at Israel within 2 hours, injuring 6 people and causing damage in central Israel's Kfar Qasim. Several cluster munitions struck the city, leaving debris and damaged buildings, while 1 person in northern Israel was also wounded by shrapnel from falling fragments. Now joining us live, we have Ambassador Suresh Goel, who is a former Indian diplomat, joining us from New Delhi. Good afternoon to you, Ambassador Goel. Now, of course, in this war, Israel and the United States are partners against Iran. They have slightly different war objectives from what I understand, but we're hearing now that the United States is saying that they're in negotiations with Iran. The Iranian side is saying that these negotiations are actually not underway, but have set out a set of demands. In your diplomatic career, and from that perspective, how do you think that these negotiations could be playing out, if they are playing out at all?
Uh, okay, interesting question. See that I think there are sufficient indications, even though in public statements or the official statements, Iran may say a different thing, but that clearly USA has made certain proposals. We all know about the 15-point proposal, which was conveyed to them through Pakistan. Uh, and Iran, in response, has given their 5-point ideas in terms of reaching a solution. And they're not calling it just ceasefire. But basically, they're calling it really to have to have what Trump would call a deal, really. The final agreement would have for those 5 points. So clearly, both the sides are interested in reaching some kind of an agreement. But the proposals which have come so far from both the sides, both the USA and Iran, are diametrically opposite, very, very far. There is a huge gap between the two. I will not go into the details at the moment. And given those gaps, it is difficult to see how they can come together in terms of political agreement. And I'm quite clear that unless there is a political understanding between both Iran and Israel, is going to be absolutely impossible for ceasefire. That is number one. Number two, even if there is an understanding between both Iran and USA, they are able to reduce the gap. Unless Israel is part of the whole process, I don't think any kind of a settlement, any kind of an agreement or ceasefire is going to hold. Let us not forget that the war on 28 February was started not by the USA, even though USA was the first one to attack, but it was actually started by Israel. And Israel has also made it very clear, and as you very rightly said, the war objectives of Israel and USA, they appear to be different. They are different, of course. So unless Israel is part of the whole process of the agreement, it's not going to hold. And so far, Israel has shown no interest in negotiating with Iran. In fact, Israel has said very, very clearly that the war will end when Israel will want it to end. So that is where we are. I don't think Israel is showing any inclination to basically come to an agreement involving the USA and Iran.
Please stay with us now, Ambassador. We're just moving to our next update. Reportedly, Israel removed Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf from its hit list after Pakistan requested Washington not to target them. The official said Israel had the coordinates to strike, but Pakistan warned that eliminating them would leave no one to negotiate with, prompting the US to ask Israel to back off. Back to you, Ambassador Goel. What do you make of this update? Of course, this perhaps does indicate that there are negotiations underway, and it does show a bit of cooperation there between the United States and Israel regarding targets on the Iranian side. Of course, if these negotiations weren't underway, then perhaps these assassinations would go ahead. And we would see the removal of Abbas Araghchi and Bakr Kalibaf from Iran. So what does this indicate to you more broadly about what's going on behind the scenes?
I've read fairy tales in my childhood, but I didn't realize that diplomacy is also going to turn into a fairy tale. I really don't know what is happening there. I really don't it's incredible to my mind that Pakistan would tell USA not to attack or not to ask Israel not to kill Araghchi and Baklan, the security chief, because there will be no one left to negotiate otherwise. How does Pakistan know? Iran is not even talking to Pakistan. But even if Pakistan somehow gets a message and Israel says that all right, they will take them off the hit list, I don't know really
You don't ask somebody to see whether you are keeping him the hit list or not. So therefore, I will take everything here with not just a pinch of salt, but with bags of salt really here. And I think I will wait here for the final outcome rather than listening to these kind of fairy tales.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Please stay with us now. We're just moving to our next update. Benjamin Netanyahu says dismantling Hezbollah remains a top priority for Israel. He linked the objective directly to the broader confrontation with Iran. Netanyahu also confirmed that Israeli forces are expanding a buffer zone in southern Lebanon. The Israeli military says it is deepening ground operations as part of its campaign against Hezbollah. The move aims to push militants away from the border and strengthen security. Meanwhile, one Israeli soldier has been killed in fighting in southern Lebanon. The development marks a further escalation in the ongoing regional conflict. Listen in.
יצרנו רצועת ביטחון אמיתית שאינה מאפשרת פלישה קרקעית לגליל, לגבול הצפון. שלישית, אנחנו מרחיבים את רצועת הביטחון הזאת כדי להרחיק את האיום של הנ"ט על יישובינו ועל שטחנו. אנחנו פשוט מייצרים אזור חיץ גדול יותר. עכשיו, סוגיית פירוק החיזבאללה היא עומדת לנגד עינינו. הדבר הזה קשור גם במערכה הכוללת עם איראן, שהיא עדיין בעיצומה, בניגוד למה שמדווח בתקשורת, אבל מנוי וגמור איתנו לעשות הכל, לשנות את המצב בלבנון מן היסוד.
Back to you, Ambassador Goel. Of course, before the war, Hezbollah and Iran had very strong links. Hezbollah relied on Iran for funding, training, personnel support. So in the case of a very weakened Iran, at the resolution of this war, where could Hezbollah look to for support? Would they look to other groups in the region or perhaps further abroad?
Even though I would say organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, they were created by Iran as the extension of their own security in the region, and therefore in the beginning they most likely, not most likely, definitely depended on Iran for support. But I do think that these organizations are now quite capable of acting on their own, and the support to them in terms of material resources, political support, etc., comes from the other sources also. You remember Hamas continued despite 4 years of relentless attacks by IDF in Gaza. And even though Netanyahu declared that his objective is to finish Hamas, he couldn't finish Hamas. Houthis, same thing. Therefore, my sense is that even if IDF is able to push Hezbollah further to the north of Lebanon and more or less really merging the southern Lebanon with Israel, it is the old tactic of expanding their border. So they will do it just like they want to make Gaza as a part of Israel. They want to southern Lebanon part of Israel. So they will do it. I have no doubt. They have military capability to do so. But I think the only result will be that Hezbollah will be pushed further to the north of Lebanon, but remain a threat to Israel from across their expanded borders.
Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. Thank you for your time. Now, moving to some breaking news, South Korea is preparing a $17 billion wartime budget as global tensions push energy prices higher. The government says it will introduce a supplementary budget of 25 trillion won next month. The officials say the move is aimed at responding to the prolonged conflict in the Middle East, particularly the impact of the Iran war. The package will be funded through excess tax revenues. Seoul also plans to extend fuel tax cuts to ease the burden on consumers and businesses. Rising oil prices have triggered concerns over inflation and economic stability. The government says the measures are designed to shield the economy from global shocks and maintain growth and momentum. And now to West Asia, several Gulf countries, along with Jordan, have demanded that Iraq take immediate action to stop attacks from its territory by armed pro-Iran groups. The joint statement, signed by Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain and Jordan, strongly condemned attacks launched by Iraqi factions loyal to Tehran against regional countries and their infrastructure. The countries reiterated their right to self-defense, urged Iraq to halt proxy attacks, and commended their forces for responding to these threats. To some breaking news, 9 migrants have died and dozens are missing after a boat sank off the coast of Djibouti. The incident happened overnight on March 24th near the northern region of Obok. According to the International Organization for Migration, around 320 people were on board. At least 45 migrants are still missing, raising fears the death toll could rise further. The route is considered one of the world's deadliest, often used by migrants attempting dangerous sea crossings. Rescue efforts are ongoing as authorities search for survivors. The tragedy highlights the growing risks faced by migrants fleeing conflict and poverty in the region. A Turkish-operated oil tanker has been hit by an explosion in the Black Sea. Turk Transport Minister Abdulkadir Uraloglu says the blast struck the engine room shortly after midnight. He says the vessel, carrying Russian crude, reported the incident to emergency services. Authorities believe the attack targeted the engine room deliberately to disable the ship. Uraloglu says the strike was likely carried out by an unmanned surface vehicle, not a drone. The tanker, sailing under a Sierra Leone flag, was reportedly attacked near the Bosphorus Strait. Emergency teams have been deployed and the situation is being monitored. The incident comes amid rising tensions linked to the Russia-Ukraine war, with Turkey warning the Black Sea must not become a new conflict zone. Now joining us live, we have Dr. Satoru Nagao, who is a fellow at the Hudson Institute in Tokyo, Japan. Dr. Nagao, thank you for your time today and joining us again on the show. Now, what does this latest attack on the Black Sea tell us about the Russia-Ukraine conflict and also how the Black Sea might be used as a site for potential strikes in the future?
Yes, indeed, we are entering the serious age in the transport through sea because in the past, jet fighters or missiles, which is expensive military assets, can attack the ship, but because of these prices, they hesitate to attack. Only when they attack this ship as a careful manner has happened. But recently, the very cheap drones or unmanned water vehicle can attack ships. So because of the cost, this is attacking the sea level communication is a very easy way. So recently, the Houthi in the Yemen did, Iran attacked the ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and now there's a high possibility that this is Ukraine's operation against the ship. So everyone tried to do it. This means that this is a new trend, and other actors will join this battle, and the ship is very vulnerable. So that's why the system of the communication in the past relatively safe place, and safe route to transport oil or other energies. But now this is very vulnerable. How to protect will be a very important matter. In the future, not only the state actor, but also non-state actors, the pilots or other terrorists will use the same drone to attack this ship. It's we can expect.
Please stay with us now, Dr. Nagao. We're moving to our next story. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that the US is making its offer of security guarantees for a peace deal in Ukraine conditional on Kyiv ceding all of the country's eastern region of Donbass to Russia. Zelensky has added that the US focused on its own conflict with Iran President Donald Trump is applying pressure to Ukraine in an effort to bring a quick end to the 4-year war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Zelensky has also said that the Middle East definitely has an impact on President Trump, and I think on his next steps. President Trump, unfortunately, in my opinion, still chooses a strategy of putting more pressure on the Ukrainian side. This comes after when the US, Russia and Ukraine had held 3 rounds of high-level trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi and Geneva this year in a bid to negotiate an end to Europe's bloodiest conflict since World War II. Back to you, Dr. Nagao. Of course, we're seeing there that Zelensky's process of thought is that Trump is putting more pressure on the Ukrainian side, saying there that in negotiations they've been asked to cede the entire Donbass region. What does this indicate to you about how these negotiations are proceeding, about the relations between these 3 leaders, and about the possible future for the Donbass region?
US and Ukraine, they try to deal with between the security guarantee and territory. So that's why Ukraine must concede the territory. Instead of this, Ukraine gets a security guarantee. But view from the Ukraine side, this is a little bit dangerous because in the past, many security guarantee promised but ignored. So that's why they need very strong security guarantee. And most strongest security guarantee is joining NATO, but even if it is impossible, something similar is needed. In this case, between US and Ukraine, this is agreeable because without US support, Ukraine cannot fight. But Russia is indeed a problem, cause of problem, because Russia joined this negotiation to avoid additional sanction from the United States. So that's why ceasefire itself is not the purpose of Russia's participation of this negotiation. That's why this time the Russia does not want to join, and that is the reason US and Ukraine can agree, but Ukraine and Russia and US and Russia, indeed it is very difficult to agree. So that's why even if the preparation between US and Ukraine has happened, this is not persuasive for Russia.
Dr. Nagao, how do you think that the war in West Asia will be affecting these negotiations that will be underway between Russia, Ukraine and the United States? Of course, the war in West Asia is having a massive impact on the global energy market. It's also drawn a bit of the attention away from Ukraine, Russia towards West Asia. How do you think that these developments that we've seen over the last month could be affecting negotiations underway?
Diplomatic card the US and Ukraine has is they are attacking the Russia's energy export, and Russia will lose income to continue the war. So that's why Russia should join the ceasefire negotiation and agree. That is a diplomatic card the US and Ukraine has. But last 1 month, because of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, rising prices of the oil, and the US allow Russia to export oil. In this case, traditional strategy US and Ukraine choose is attacking the Russia's energy export. It's facing crisis, and this is not diplomatic card anymore. So that's why the US and Ukraine lost their diplomatic card to persuade Russia. And this means that Russia do not have the will to join the negotiation just now, because there is no reason for them to join. That is a connection between the conflict in the West Asia, the Middle East, and Russia's invasion to Ukraine in Europe.
Okay. Dr. Nagao, thank you so much for your time today and coming on the show. It's a pleasure to have you again as a guest. Now to Europe, Ukrainian authorities have reported that a Russian overnight drone attack damaged port facilities on the Danube River in Ukraine's southern Odessa region on the Black Sea. Regional Governor Oleg Kipa has said that one person was injured in the attack, which damaged the energy and industrial infrastructure. Ukrainian seaports authorities have said that one of the ports on the Danube had come under attack. The seaports authorities have added that warehouses, quays and administrative buildings were damaged and also reported damage on the premises of separate port operators. To some breaking news, the United States and several Middle East nations are in talks with Ukraine over strengthening air defence capabilities. Kyiv says it has been approached by countries including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Jordan and Kuwait. Ukrainian expert teams are already on the ground in some locations. They are assessing defences and sharing combat experience, especially in countering large-scale drone attacks. Officials say traditional systems like Patriot missile system and THAAD are not enough on their own. Ukraine is now offering modern interceptor drone systems, along with operational expertise. Kyiv says these systems only work effectively as part of a broader integrated defence network. At the same time, Ukraine is seeking deals to secure critical air defence missiles it currently lacks. Funding remains a major challenge, with its defence industry operating at just half capacity. Kyiv says it is ready to sell surplus systems to partners, while also pushing for financial support to scale up drone production for its own needs. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro appeared in a New York federal court Thursday as he tries to dismiss a US drug trafficking indictment, his lawyer said. Maduro, who was kidnapped in a US military operation in Caracas in January and flown to Brooklyn, argues the United States has violated his rights by blocking Venezuelan government funds from financing his legal defense. He and his wife, Celia Flores, who also faces charges and has pleaded not guilty, remain jailed in Brooklyn pending the hearing. Prosecutors say both stand accused in a sweeping indictment alleging they conspired with drug cartels and military officials to send thousands of tons of cocaine into the United States, offences that could carry life in prison terms if convicted. Despite the legal battle, Venezuela's acting government under President Delcy Rodriguez has been reshaping the country's institutions and distancing itself from Maduro's leadership, even as murals and billboards calling for his return still appear in Caracas. The court has not yet set a trial date, and Maduro's request to toss the indictment is the latest twist in a case with major geopolitical and legal implications. And that's all we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
And welcome, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states its strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signalling a shift toward endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as preconditions for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbas region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US position as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks and meetings. The meetings comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Now we're starting with some breaking news. Iran's Tasnim news outlet reported that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it began Wave 82 of its operation against the US and Israel. According to the IRGC, its latest wave began at dawn today, which involved a widespread assault of drones and missiles targeting the military control center of Israel's command and industries related to its nuclear infrastructure in the south of the Dead Sea. Our next development, reportedly, Iranian Army Ground Forces commander has said that land warfare will be more dangerous and costly for the enemy. To the United States, reportedly the Pentagon is considering whether to divert weapons intended for Ukraine to the Middle East as the war in Iran depletes some of the US military's most critical munitions. Reportedly, the weapons that could be diverted away from Ukraine include air defense interceptor missiles ordered through a NATO program launched last year, in which partner countries buy US arms for Kyiv. Israeli media report that the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, Ali-Reza Tangsiri, has been killed in a strike in Bandar Abbas. Tangsiri was reportedly responsible for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil passage. There has been no official comment yet from Iran or the Israeli Defense Forces regarding the strike. Local Israeli sources described the operation as having eliminated the top naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The strike could further escalate tensions in the region amid ongoing conflicts and strategic maritime disputes. Now joining us live, we have Hamid Vahidi, who's an Iranian-Australian community leader and co-founder of the Tehran Foundation in Sydney. Hamid, thank you so much for joining us today on the show and for your time. Now, we're just hearing now that the IRGC Navy leader has been killed in some reports. He was the apparent mastermind behind the Strait of Hormuz closure, which of course is creating a lot of economic pressure around the world. How do you think that the Iranian diaspora, of course, in Australia, but also more globally, will react to this latest development?
Thanks, Ruby, for having me. It's a great question, but it has a couple of sides, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think this individual, the person himself, is not that important. He was the leader. He was one of the generals of the IRGC, but the commands are there, the initiatives are there, and they have already closed the Strait of Hormuz. So although the diaspora and everyone who is against this terrorist regime in Iran is happy of these news, and everything that happens during this operation is a good news, but it's not as important as it should be. I think this is a development, but it's not the the development that we want from these operations. I think it should be the actual action is, first of all, more important than the opening the Strait of Hormuz is opening the internet in Iran, because you need to know what is happening inside Iran. We don't have any news. So all of these attacks and all of these cameras and footages from, above, from the sky and from drones and stuff, it's very far. It's like 30,000 feet view from the country. You need to know what is happening inside. I think most likely the agencies and intelligence services, they know what is happening, but we as normal people, general population, we don't know what is happening. So that's very important. But these kind of developments, it is a sign, it is a symbol, and it is just showing the regime that they don't have the power anymore. They can't even protect themselves. So it is a good news, but it's not something that they can, because we have seen that they have lost all of the first level of their commanders, then second level, then the supreme leader, then anyone after that. But they're still there. They're still operating because the commands are there, and they are doing what they're doing. They're just shooting the missiles and stuff. So as long as they have missiles, as long as they have launchers and stuff like that, they're still continuing to do that.
Mm-hmm. Hamid, we just touched there on the censorship and the blockage of the internet there in Iran. Have you been able to connect with any of the people that you know in Iran, family or friends, throughout this war with the blockage of the internet? Have you been able to receive any messages, or perhaps people in Iran are using VPNs? What have you heard personally, or what have your community heard personally from people in Iran, if it has been possible?
It wasn't possible personally for me. I haven't had any direct contact, but I've had people that had direct contact. So second-hand information I have. There is no internet in Iran, so whatsoever. Everyone who has internet it's either random. So because of the attacks that Israeli and U.S. Army are doing, and the communication establishments in Iran and the censorship infrastructure, sometimes in some cities, for a short while temporarily, some connections could happen. So either by that, or it's just fixed line, mobile lines, cell phones, or landlines. So there is no internet. It's total blackout so far. But the news that I had so far is that at the beginning, it was people didn't feel that much what is happening, because they were doing their own lives, and they weren't that much worried about the attacks, because the attacks are very precise. But as it's going through day 25, 26, it's now about 4 weeks now, I think the groceries and normal lives of people is being disrupted. So there is no medicine, there is no drugs, hospitals are having problems providing for the patients and stuff. But having said that, no one is complaining. So people, anyone who was in contact, no one is complaining. They're just saying that we are happy to go to a war. We are happy to go through starvation and not having access to medicine and everything like that. We are happy with the blackout. Just get rid of these terrorists. Because, less than 2 months ago, around 2 months ago, they killed more than 80,000 people.
Of course.
And so this was so horrible, and this was so bad experience for people that they can tolerate everything else. They just want to get rid of these terrorists.
Hamid, please stay with us now. We're just moving to some new developments. Iranian lawmaker Mohammad Reza Razai Kuchi says a draft proposal to collect transit fees in the Strait of Hormuz is ready. The proposal will be sent to Parliament's Research Centre for next week for legal review, he added. Kuchi prepared the draft jointly with Tehran lawmaker Soumaye Rafayeh. They plan to finalise it with the help of a legal team before submitting it for approval. This move comes amid rising tensions in the region and ongoing Iran-US conflicts. Joining us now, we have Professor Veselin Popovsky, who is a professor and vice dean at Jindal Global Law School in New Delhi. Good afternoon to you, Professor. Thank you for your time and coming on the show. It's a pleasure to see you again. Now, what do you make of this proposal?
The Iranians would like to collect fees. They already did, by the way. They started collecting $1 million per passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, nobody's happy with that, but that's still the calculation of some importers of Iranian, but also Bahraini and Kuwaitis and Qataris, Emirates. They all need the Strait of Hormuz to export the oil. And those who pay, they will be let go. So it's really a kind of a racketeering for money, but Iran has the explanation. They are fighting a war. They need money to fight the war. So I'm not surprised that the Iranian parliament will adopt that law and will charge every passage through the Strait of Hormuz with such money. The more interesting question here is what will happen next, because the United States and Israel have very different goals here. For the United States, it's money. What Donald Trump wants to make is money. He wants oil and gas. He wants control of the island cargo as well as the Strait of Hormuz simply to make himself some money. Whereas for Israel, it's security. It's very different rationale. For Israel, it's to reduce the Iranian capacity to supply weapons to terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and also to eliminate the nuclear program. Maybe the elimination of the nuclear program is something that everybody wants, not only Israel, but also United States, also China and many other big players. So for that matter, the retaliation by Iran is a serious escalation here, because ultimately the regime in Iran needs to think about isolation. At one point, nobody would be dealing with the regime in Iran if they continue to stop the oil export, but as well as to develop nuclear weapons.
Professor, please stay with us now. We're just moving to our next development. Marine traffic in the Gulf of Oman is heavily congested amid the third week of the Iran-US war. Despite the Strait of Hormuz being largely closed, some limited ship movement has been observed. A total of 686 vessels remain in the Gulf, with around 400 of them stuck in the Gulf of Oman. Only 16 ships with active tracking systems crossed Hormuz between March 15th and 22nd, while 8 dark ships operated with their AIS switched off, including a US-sanctioned vessel near the UAE port of Khor Fakkan. Experts say many operators are holding position outside of the strait rather than take long detours, highlighting ongoing regional maritime disruptions. Now, back to you, Professor Popovsky. Could we see this development in the Iranian government that was put to proposal succeed? We've already seen some very limited traffic coming through the Strait of Hormuz, but with a legal framework in place from the Iranian side, would that give investors and insurance more confidence, especially as many of these ships don't seem to be willing to take the longer route around?
Every day situation changes, mostly because of the statements both by United States and Iran. So investors are very cautious, I'm sure. But also the importers of oil and gas are also cautious. They probably seek for alternatives, and I'm sure they do. Well, this is a big amount of oil and gas that goes out of the Gulf, but there are also basically other suppliers as well. So it's very uncertain, and we see that queuing of oil tankers and other facilities exporting or importing oil, and it will be seen also over the next weeks. It also depends how much guarantee are given by Iran, and to what extent it's not only Iran, but also Oman, another country, United States, with its big fleet, also have influence on the shipments. So it's a very complicated story, and effectively what Iran, the big picture here is what Iran is doing is trying to enlarge the conflict, to make it not simply about nuclear program and support of Hezbollah and Hamas, but somehow to create that disruption and even global economic and financial recession in order to show that it can retaliate, and those retaliations will have severe implications and consequences for many countries in the world, mostly for the importers of oil and gas. So Iran is enlarging the conflict deliberately as a leverage against the United States. At some point, we see already Donald Trump trying to negotiate a deal. And he uses some mediators, if not directly between the foreign ministers, some attempts through negotiations with mediators from Oman and other countries as to de-escalate that very dangerous escalation that we already see here.
Mm-hmm. Professor, please stay with us now as we move to our next story. Out of America, US President Donald Trump has claimed that the people of Iran want to make him their supreme leader, but he is not interested in taking that position. Trump has also doubled down on his claim that Iran wants to end the war to the nearly month-long war, insisting the officials in Tehran are negotiating with Washington but are afraid to admit it over fears of mutiny at home. Trump also claimed that the idea of him becoming Iran's next supreme leader was informally floated by leadership in Tehran after the US-Israeli military campaign killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but he turned them down. Back to you, Hamid. Of course, Trump's statements contrast wildly from day to day. But if I could just get your thoughts on the mood of the Iranian people within the country in respect to their attitude towards Trump, but also towards the United States in general. Of course, they are extremely dissatisfied, to say the least, with their own government, but they are receiving these strikes from Israel and from the United States. So if I could just please get your thoughts on that matter.
Of course. I think, so within Iran and outside of Iran, people are just shouting one name. So they want a regime change in Iran, and they want the son of the late Shah of Iran, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, to come back and lead this transition, lead this regime change to a democracy. So they're not choosing the next king. So some of people they want, so they want a king, they want monarchy and stuff like that. But it's not the argument at this stage. The argument is that we want some leader, we want some figure that can unite everyone to go through this transition. Someone who has been saying the same thing for a lot of years, who has no ties with Islamic regime, who's not from inside, and can lead this transition safely to a democratic, to the ballot box. So everyone can go and say we want monarchy, or I don't know, we want republic, or anything like that. But through a democratic, healthy, and safe and supervised method. So that's the way that they're feeling about this whole war, and that's the hope that they have. So this is not this wasn't an economic uprising. It was the trigger, the economic situation in Iran, but it wasn't for that. So they're not happy, even if now you bring down the inflation and everything is so cheap that everyone can afford it. It's not about that. It's about the way that the people are looking for the freedom, for human rights, for something that they had before, the prestige that they had before, but they don't have it for the past 5 decades. How do they feel about U.S. and Israel? They love people. So anyone who has no ties, no financial, political, or affiliation with the IRGC and with the regime in Iran, they are happy with these armies and forces and attacks. and especially with the government of U.S., the current government, and the Prime Minister of Israel. So they are chanting their names on the street. When they were being shot, they were chanting the name of Crown Princess of Pahlavi. They were changing the name of the streets for Trump. So they have like fake, street plates and names for President Trump, for Bibi Netanyahu as well. We have seen those kind of footages, numerous of those from within Iran, and we have seen similar things around the world. You have seen American flag, so people are just waving American flag, Israeli flag, and even Iranian flag, the lion and sun flag that you see behind me in the background. So that's the flag that they want. They don't want the IRGC, they don't want the Islamic regime. They want the help from this liberation force, from US and Israel, to help them to transition through this revolution.
Mm-hmm. Hamid, thank you so much for your time today and for joining us on the show. It's been a pleasure to hear your thoughts, and my best wishes. Now, the IRGC has issued a sharp warning to the US and Israel against any ground operation inside Iran. The statement claims invading forces would face overwhelming resistance and be deeply drowned in the million-strong Iranian nation. It directly addressed the American public, accusing leaders like Trump and Netanyahu of misleading citizens about the conflict. The IRGC also pointed to economic and military consequences, saying the truth of war can be seen at gas stations in Iran and over Tel Aviv and Haifa. Now, back to you, Professor Popovsky. We've just heard there from our previous guest about the current mood in Iran against the IRGC and the Islamic regime's leadership. How seriously can we take these statements coming from the IRGC? They're saying there that any ground invasion would be, quote, deeply drowned, unquote, in the million-strong Iranian nation. But how deep is the actual support of the Iranians living in Iran for the IRGC? Of course, a ground invasion would be difficult in terms of geography of the nation, but in terms of political support and these statements coming from the IRGC, what's your take?
Yes, indeed, I agree with the previous speaker. I'll put it this way: 80% of the Iranians want the change of the regime, but 20%, which is still a significant number, is pretty much behind the current regime, and these are religious fanatics. And Revolutionary Guard is one of those problems in Iran, because they want a revenge against the killing of the Ayatollah. They are very much fanatics that are happy to die and to go to paradise, and exactly in the way. That's why what you quoted is an invitation for ground troops to come and to fight and to die and to become martyrs. And that's why it's so difficult in Iran. You mentioned geography, but also that fanatism makes the operation on the ground very different from Venezuela. In Venezuela, it was over hours. Maduro was arrested and the helicopters moved out, and there was no really any, the next day it was already peaceful. In Iran, it will not be the case. Well, the Revolutionary Guard is estimated as 80,000. It's a big army, they're well ammunitioned, and they can really fight. And it will be a bloody war if the Americans decide to go with ground troops there. Although population is against that, and population is against the Ayatollahs, which they suffer so much. Some suggested that after the war started on February 28, about 100,000 were arrested, tortured. So all of this continued. The human rights violations in Iran are despicable. Only a few days back, they executed a child, less than 18 years old boy, was executed publicly. So Iranian regime must go, but that's not what Israel and United States should do. This should be a genuine, popular revolt against the Ayatollahs, and one day it will happen. So we have very complicated picture. On one hand, the Israeli interest to self-defense, the Donald Trump interest to grab the oil and to benefit himself, and then the Iranian people interest to get rid out of the Ayatollah regime.
Indeed. Professor, thank you so much for your time and for joining us on the show today. Now, the US Embassy in Iraq has issued an urgent security alert warning citizens of widespread attacks by Iran-aligned armed groups across the country, including the Kurdish region. The embassy advised US citizens to leave Iraq immediately and not to visit the embassy in Baghdad or the consulate general in Erbil, citing the ongoing risk of missile, drone and rocket strikes in Iraqi airspace. Air travel is currently closed, so the embassy recommended overland routes through Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Authorities warned that risks remain high as tensions escalate in the region. US officials continue to monitor the situation, urging citizens to take all necessary precautions and stay updated on local security advisories. The Boston Celtics ended the Oklahoma City Thunder's 12-game winning streak, winning 119-109. Jaylen Brown led the Celtics with 31 points, 8 rebounds and 8 assists. Jason Tatum added 19 points, 12 rebounds and 7 assists. Peyton Pritchard scored 14 points off the bench. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 33 points for Oklahoma City, while Lu Dort added 14 points. Boston came back from an early 13-point deficit and sealed the win with Brown's jumper in the final minutes. The Celtics held on despite shooting struggles in the first quarter and improved their record in this high-profile matchup between recent NBA champions. And that's all we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world. Hello and welcome, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states its strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signalling a shift toward endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as preconditions for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbas region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US position as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking-related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. Meeting comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Starting with some breaking news, President Donald Trump has made a forceful statement on the US relationship with NATO. Speaking on Truth Social, Trump said the United States needs nothing from NATO, claiming that member states have done absolutely nothing to help with Iran. He described Iran as a lunatic nation that has now been militarily weakened. Trump emphasized that the US acted independently and stressed the importance of remembering this point in time. As of March 2026, NATO is not formally involved in the Iran-US-Israel war, and Secretary General Mark Rutte has stated there are no plans for alliance-wide participation despite supporting individual member efforts. While tensions exist, including Iranian missile interception near Turkey, NATO has limited its role to enabling support rather than initiating Article 5. Joining us live, we've got Collins Chong-Yu-Keat, who's a Foreign Affairs, Security and Strategy Analyst, joining us from Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Collins, thank you so much for your time and for joining us today on the show. Now, what do you make of this latest statement from Trump on his social media network, Truth Social? And what type of pressure could it put on the upcoming G7 meeting this week in France?
Well, certainly this is not new. We've seen how Trump has always been critical of the true support of NATO, and of course this is again being seen as a coercive diplomacy and as a pressure for NATO to contribute more, to be aligned with the overall US interests. But of course also we have seen how he has repeatedly criticized NATO for this refusal to participate in Iran operations. Of course NATO has stated that this is Trump's war to begin with, and of course also we have seen also lately how Trump has also, praised non-NATO members, including, Japan, Australia, South Korea, in terms of being much more supportive of Trump's, efforts in Iran, and this tells a worrying future for NATO, and how this for NATO as well as particularly also for the UK, in terms of how this is being framed as being the sole obligation of the US in acting for the for also for the greater good of NATO as a whole. So again we have seen how this is being seen as a strategic move by President Trump also to point out to not only to NATO partners but also to the whole world that without the full support of President Trump in saving NATO in the past, NATO would have long been obsolete, as he has stated, and that NATO has also relied on the US in terms of both economic and defense support, but without paying much more in return for whenever the US needs help, and also in terms of this crisis, especially in the Strait of Hormuz, NATO countries have been very much reliant on Middle Eastern oil rather than the US, and this has been framed also by President Trump that they should have been in fact been supporting more in terms of also maintaining their own current and future needs in terms of energy security. So, and of course they have been framed as free riders, but Japan and other countries, especially also other Asian nations which have been much more reliant on the Strait of Hormuz, have been stepping up their game, and with the visit by Takaichi and all that, we've seen how they have been very much trying to be aligned much more with Trump and to be supportive of US efforts in the region.
Mm-hmm. Collins, what do these statements and of course Trump's statements over the past month indicate about his view of Europe, his view of the EU? Of course, he was elected with a isolationist and an anti-interventionist rhetoric. But he's kind of switched up on that now with these interventionist actions in West Asia. What can we tell about if the administration is changing their view on certain issues, or if it's rather just a personal perspective coming there from Trump?
Well, we have seen how Europe and NATO as a whole have been apprehensive about the the true objectives of the Trump administration. And of course, on one hand, even before the crisis erupted in West Asia, we have seen this move in Venezuela. We have also seen the intent of President Trump with regards to Greenland, and of course also so all this have created this some sort of vagueness in terms of how NATO and other Western allies have been perceiving the of course the unpredictable nature of the Trump administration, but also they have, all this have put NATO into a further strategic dilemma as to how on one hand you need to also rely very much on Trump's own personal commitment to NATO, and of course they are very much in need of the US security umbrella in safeguarding the future of European security against Russia, to safeguard the Arctic security, to safeguard also the overall NATO capacity, and Greenland is being part of that calculation. But also at the same time now they have been wary of downright being affiliated with this war in Iran, but at the same time also knowing full well the repercussions involved, the future risks involved, as to how the US will commit to the future needs of NATO, seeing how NATO has been apprehensive about being fully involved in Iran. I think they are well aware of that, and now they are trying to strategically recalibrate on how best to appease President Trump in this without compromising on the future commitment of Trump in securing their nations, and especially with regards to different adversaries, and not only on in terms of energy security or economic security as we have seen now, but more in terms of these conventional threats, especially from Russia.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Collins, please stay with us now. We're moving to our next development. As per reports, the Pentagon is considering redirecting military and originally intended aid for Ukraine to the Middle East as the ongoing conflict with Iran puts pressure on critical US missions. Weapons that could be diverted include air defense interceptor missiles purchased through a NATO program last year where partner countries supply arms to Kyiv. Officials say the move comes amid intensifying US operations in the region, with Admiral Brad Cooper, the Central Command Chief, revealing that US forces have struck over 10,000 targets inside Iran. The aim is to curb Iran's ability to project power beyond its borders. A Pentagon spokesperson reported that the Defense Department will ensure US forces and allies have what they need to fight and win. Neither the Pentagon, State Department nor NATO responded immediately to requests for comment. Back to you, Collins. So we've got reports there that the Pentagon's considering redirecting some military aid intended for Ukraine to West Asia. What does this say, and what does it tell us about the priorities there in Washington, and how could this affect what's going on between Ukraine and Russia? Of course, Ukraine have tried to put themselves forward as helping with drone defense in the Gulf states, offering technological and humanitarian support. But how could this affect the negotiations and the relations as well between Ukraine and the United States? Of course, we've seen frosty meetings in the past between Zelensky and Trump. But how could we see this redirection affect the situation more broadly?
Reflection of also, of course, of Trump's frustration, and certainly as being seen as a message to Ukraine, to Europe as well, that you can do that to us with regards to our call for assistance and support in Iran. Then we can have this tit for tat move in terms of redirecting these resources and security support from Ukraine, which is now being seen as a long-term conflict, but still well within a contained posture, to a much more high risk theater in Iran, in West Asia. So which would need further and deeper US involvement, seeing how this will also create risk for global energy and all that, and this potential regional spillover capacity. So I think this also is being seen as a very strong message to NATO, to Europe, to Ukraine also, that this is primarily a much more calculated response in theater, and which is very much needed in line with US interests. And Ukraine is being seen as a much more distant posture, and which will, as Trump has stated in the past, that Europe is very much involved in Ukraine, and Europe should do more for Ukraine instead of the US being the sole burden for this conflict. So and of course this has exposed further strategic anxiety and wariness on the part of NATO and Europe, and seeing how and how Russia might respond to that, amidst also new reports that Russia is also sending drones and other support systems to Iran now, and certainly this will create further anxiety within NATO, and whether this is the perfect response by Trump as a response to NATO's nonchalant response to Trump for Iran.
Mm-hmm. Collins, stay with us now. We're now moving to China, and China's Defense Ministry has called on all parties to halt military action in the ongoing war involving the US, Israel and Iran. Spokesperson Jiang Bin has urged efforts to resolve the crisis through dialogue, warning against further escalation. Let's listen in.
我们呼吁各方立即停止军事行动，通过平等对话解决矛盾分歧，防止战火蔓延外溢，避免局势进一步升级。中方将继续为缓和局势、恢复和平做出。
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has said that Iran is desperate to make a deal to end nearly 4 weeks of fighting. His comments, however, contradicted Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said Iran is only reviewing the US proposal but has no intention of holding direct talks to wind down the conflict. Araghchi has also added that while no formal dialogue or negotiation has taken place, messages have been exchanged through intermediaries. Now back to you, Collins. What does this tell us about China's interest as a whole in this war? I've had other guests suggest to me that this conflict is rather a proxy war between the United States and China.
Well, we have yet to see any kind of credible support system by China to Iran, other than this normal expected diplomatic posture and outcry. Of course, China is trying to consolidate its own position, to enhance its own positive image among the global South powers. That is framing itself to be seen as a responsible global mediator, and to call for, of course, the respect to international law, and of course also to condemn outright the U.S. actions on Iran. Of course, also he has been one of the largest beneficiary of this Middle Eastern oil, and very much dependent on Strait of Hormuz, and of course very much dependent on the return to stability in the region, and of course it's on the interest of Beijing to call for de-escalation. There has been the normal expected conventional calls by most of the nations throughout the world who have been at the losing end of this conflict. But we have seen also how there have been talks of how and why China has not been capitalizing on this leverage and being seen where the US is being stretched on multiple theaters now in West Asia. We have seen that also in Europe and Ukraine, and also the priority of safeguarding the Western Hemisphere, and of course also the degradation of some of the munitions and arms supply of the US, and how this will be the still the perfect opening for China to make a move on Taiwan. But as I've stated, the ability of the US to maintain a winning posture in multiple fronts, at least in 2 theaters, whether in West Asia or whether in East Asia, are still very much preserved, and that he has gained effective combat experience now in Iran, despite some losses in terms of munitions, and the speed of how President Trump is trying to replace those munitions lost in Iran will determine also and how effective these deterrents will play into the picture in terms of deterring any move by China. So and China is still lacking the needed military capacity to make a move on Taiwan, and you have this double blow of economic repercussions should there be a parallel conflict in Taiwan at the same time. Okay.
Colin, stay with us now. We're just moving now to some breaking news. In another Truth Social post, US President Trump has said Iranian negotiators are very different and strange, suggesting that Tehran's approach has been unusual and cautious. He added that the Iranians are begging the US to make a deal, but warned that they need to get serious quickly, quote, before it is too late, unquote. So Collins, I just want to get your take on Trump's latest Truth Social post there. He's said that the Iranians are negotiating in a strange and very different manner. So what does this tell us about how these discussions are going on behind closed doors? They're happening through intermediaries. Apparently there is talk of a meeting in Islamabad, in Pakistan. But what do you think that Trump's words indicate to us about the discussions? But can we also take what he's saying at face value?
Well, certainly there have been a lot, of things going on now between both sides through intermediaries as well, and of course there's this ongoing, narrative warfare, perception warfare, psychological warfare. Of course, neither side wants to be seen as weak in all perspectives, and we have seen also how, every move, every maneuver, every word is being framed to maximize leverage, to maximize one side's own position of strength, and to ensure that all these negotiations are taking place not on parallel terms, but on higher leverage. For the US, of course, claiming early victory and claiming that Iran is now being arbitrated, and of course also having this capacity to impart further costs on Iran should they not be in compliance with all these deals in place. And of course there is the highest coercive bargaining fees. Of course, there will be risks involved also on the part of Iran. This will be seen as a pretext to maximize its further pressure and to also impose continuous costs on the global energy stakes, and whether this will also involve the participation of other Gulf nations, including also from the Middle Eastern nations, from UAE, from Saudi Arabia, and all these are being taken into account. Of course, also within domestic politics in Iran and current leadership as to how they might want to be as to how they will want to be seen domestically, and at the same time also preserving regime security, while at the same time
Collins, thank you so much for your time. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're now moving to a live from Kiev. The meeting among leaders of the Joint Expeditionary Force is in process, with countries including the United Kingdom, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland and others. The discussions primarily focus on the support provided to Ukraine by the JEF nations and the overall security situation in Europe. We're now cutting across to this meeting.
The development of the security cooperation format, the JEF. We all see now that the world can be very harsh and dangerous for those who stand alone or stay aside from joint efforts to ensure real security. Today, no one knows what the future holds for Europe or how Russia will behave in the coming years. But one thing is clear: coordinated actions and real investment in security must work. We have an aggressive Russian regime next to us that has no intention of returning to peaceful coexistence with its neighbors. Next to Russia is Belarus, still ruled by one man, and yesterday on Freedom Day, celebrated by Belarusians, he went to North Korea, one of the world's darkest symbols of oppression. It sends a clear message to the entire region. And our nations are also dealing with the consequences of a deep crisis in the Middle East and the Gulf. Even if the war there ends soon, much will still need to be done to ensure stable supplies of critical resources from that region. All of this, and especially the brutality of Russia's war against Ukraine, pushes each of us to act more. And thank you for this kind of cooperation. Ukraine has now offered the countries of the Middle East and the Gulf long-term cooperation to protect their skies. They have strong financial resources and experience in dealing with ballistic threats, but they need our expertise in countering drones. This includes all types of drones: Shahid, drones which cause serious damage to infrastructure, and FPV drones, which are now used for targeted attacks on military bases and equipment in the region. The first agreements have already been prepared by our teams. Ukraine had the world's strongest experience in using drones. We offer the Middle East and Gulf countries a partnership that benefits both sides, our knowledge and technology and their funding. And we are working to make this happen. Our contribution to security in that region will also be a real contribution to global security. This matters because energy security and the cost of living, particularly in Europe, depends on their oil, gas, and other resources and stable global markets. And I believe that in Europe we need to build more close cooperation between Ukraine, your countries, and all European nations to ensure real protection on land, in the air, and at sea. The key is not only producing new weapons, especially drones, not just technology, but also real experience in using it and integrating it with radars, aviation, and other air defense systems. We have this experience. Together, we have a strong industrial base. You have financial capacity. Let's bring all of this together even more.
We're now moving to some breaking news. A US Navy sailor has been injured aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln during flight operations in the Arabian Sea. The incident, which occurred on March 25th, has been confirmed as non-combat related and not life-threatening, according to US Naval Forces Central Command. The injured sailor was transported ashore for further medical care and is reported to be in stable condition. Officials say the circumstances surrounding the incident are currently under investigation. Despite the incident, the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group continues to carry out strike missions in support of the Operation Epic Fury in the region. Now to Africa. Ghana's resolution at the United Nations to recognise transatlantic slavery as the gravest crime against humanity has been adopted, despite opposition from the US and Europe. The resolution, supported by 123 countries, calls for apologies, compensation, return of stolen artefacts, and a framework for reparations, although it is not legally binding. 3 countries opposed it, including the US and Israel, while 52, including the EU and Britain, abstained. Let's listen in to what the US and EU said while opposing the resolution.
The United States strongly objects to the cynical usage of historical wrongs as a leverage point in an attempt to reallocate modern resources to people and nations who are distantly related to the historical victims.
References and assertions that are either inaccurate or inconsistent with international law. This includes suggestions of a retroactive application of international rules which were non-existent at the time, and claims for reparations, which is incompatible with established principles of international law. The principle of non-retroactivity, a fundamental cornerstone of the international legal order, must be strictly upheld. References to claims for reparations also lack a sound legal basis. Any framework for reparatory justice must be grounded in existing multilateral instruments. For these reasons, the Member States of the European Union regret that they are not in a position to support Resolution A/80/L48.
Ghana's Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa said the move could pave the way for a reparative framework and establish accountability for the consequences of slavery, which took over 12.5 million Africans between the 15th and 19th centuries. Listen in.
Good afternoon. Today, the international community has taken a significant, considerate, and historic step forward by adopting this landmark resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans and the racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. Today, through this resolution, the world has spoken with clarity and truth. We have affirmed that the trafficking of enslaved Africans and their racialized chattel enslavement is the gravest crime against humanity, a crime whose scale, structure, and enduring consequences demand recognition at the highest level of our shared global conscience. We have not simply passed a text, we have affirmed a truth. We have chosen remembrance over silence, dignity over erasure, and shared humanity over division.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for far bolder action to address historical injustices, noting that only the Netherlands has formally apologised for its role in slavery. The resolution marks a new step in Africa's push for accountability, despite Western concerns over legality, retroactive responsibility, and political controversies surrounding Ghana's domestic policies. Now joining us live, we have Ayanuga Olugbenga Paul, who is a public affairs analyst, joining us now from Lagos in Nigeria. Ayanuga, thank you so much for joining us today on the show and for your time. Now, what precedent does this resolution set, and what can we expect to see come out of the United Nations in the future? Of course, we've seen some opposition there from the United States, Israel, and some European countries. But what precedent does this resolution set for further actions in the future?
Well, if you remember, the last time we spoke about this issue, I think before it was brought to UN, when Ghana was trying to rally a lot of African countries to come together under one united front to seek for reparation, and also that this be recognized, so that it will not be a Ghana thing alone presenting it, but it will be a united front of all the African countries concerned. I said then that if they present it from today till tomorrow, that the UN will not recognize it because the UN is controlled by the US and Europe, and that when anything does not favor those two, that the UN will not pass it. So let me formally, first and foremost, apologize to the UN, because I never thought it possible that they were going to, pass this resolution despite the massive opposition from the usual culprit, Europe and America. And having apologized to the UN, let me also say that I am not also surprised that they passed the resolution right now, because I feel that a lot of events in the world happening at the moment is making people to rethink their alliances and rethink their processes. So, for example, back in the 1940s, in fact, in the 1918s, 1915s, when a lot of countries under the empireship of most countries in Europe were clamoring for independence, India, Nigeria, all African countries and countries in Asia, a lot of the leaders thought it was not possible for them to get independence. So while some patriotic people are saying we want independence, a lot of the leaders who saw it not happening, sided with the white. But when the Second World War happened, and the Second World War demystified the Europeans, because the Europeans presented themselves as gods, as special people, that are way above and ahead of everybody else in the world. So when the Second World War happened, I think it opened a lot of eyes, because a lot of African regiments went to fight in Burma side by side with the whites. A lot of Indian regiments went to fight side by side, in taking over a lot of North Africa, for example. And so they saw one-on-one that these people are not special. They are just human beings like us. They also have fears and all the rest. And that was why post-Second World War, you see the cry for independence intensified so much, and empire after empire began to crumble, and independence returned to the locals in many of those countries. And that's why India, for example, got its independence in 48, Nigeria in 1960, and so on and so forth like that. So the reason why I'm bringing that angle is that the current whooping or defeat that US is facing in the hands of Iran right now, because Western media may want to make us feel that the US is obliterating Iran. But if you look at it critically, you will see that reverse is the case. US can spend so much money on propaganda, but with the breakthroughs and success that Iran is having, despite having suffered several years of sanction, of stifling and all the rest, you will see, I will think that Iran is the one whooping the US and not the other way around. And I think this is making an organization like UN now rethink its alliances, knowing fully well that yes, the US can back, but necessarily not bite. And the collective effort of the 123 countries that stood together is more powerful than a few ragtag European nations and the US who are opposing it. And if they are successful in this, it will help them to have united front to be successful in other areas, other topics, other issues that the UN has had to debate over and over again, because some people will just come and veto it. So it's an eye-opener that is going to have a lot of ripple effect beyond reparation, beyond this African slavery issue. And I think it brings a closure to some of us. I mean, I know that the legal framework to get reparation is near non-existence and impossible. But the fact that it is acknowledged that it is the most terrible human abuse in history gives closure to some of us here in Africa. We must say kudos to every country that led the charge in making this happen.
Ayanoga, thank you so much for your time and for coming on the bulletin today. And that's all that we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states its strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signalling a shift towards endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as a precondition for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbas region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US position as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the war with Iran. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Top diplomats from the G7 nations, including United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. The meeting comes as conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, along with global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Now, starting with some breaking news, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says indirect talks are underway to end the war in Iran, with Islamabad acting as a key intermediary. Dar clarified that while there is speculation about formal peace talks, what is actually happening is message-based diplomacy between the United States and Iran. He revealed that Washington has shared a 15-point proposal which Iran is currently reviewing. Dar also said that countries like Turkey and Egypt are supporting these efforts. Meanwhile, the Gulf Cooperation Council says its member states want to be involved in any talks aimed at ending the Iran war. Joining us now, we have Georgy Toleraya, who is a former Russian diplomat and professor from the Russian Academy of Science, joining us now from Moscow. Professor Toleraya, thank you so much for coming again on the show. It's a pleasure to see you. Now, how could these negotiations change what we're seeing now in the conflict?
Well, every war ends with negotiations and some kinds of peace deal. But I'm not sure that we are now really having negotiations. What we are having now, as far as I know, is just the exchange of positions. What we call in diplomacy, the requested position. So US has provided some kind of a 15-point or something proposal, which was actually rejected by Iran, as far as I know, and Iran has provided another conflicting proposal, which is certainly unacceptable for the US and US allies who participate in the war, especially in by Israel. So I'm just wondering, is it a serious attempt to end the conflict in a diplomatic manner, or just a small screen to continue the war? Well, Iran certainly thinks it's the second one, because it's been twice cheated by US, and he said we won't get cheated on by the third time, when under the cover of the negotiation, the opponents have in fact prepared the strike and executed the strike. So they don't want to get into this trap again. So far, I just see the sort of propaganda exercise, not real negotiation, not really looking to find for a compromise, because Iran is in fact in a stronger position. It has more cards in his sleeve, and US cannot really do much about it. US or Israel, other than just bomb Iran by nuclear weapons, which it's not ready to do. So Iran is now on the has some advantage, and I don't think it's very much eager to end the conflict on US terms.
Professor Toleraya, please stay us. We're now moving to our next development. Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, announced that an Israeli airstrike has killed the commander of Iran's IRGC Navy, Ali Reza Tangsiri. Katz said Tangsiri was directly responsible for mining and blocking the Strait of Hormuz, targeting maritime traffic. He described the strike as a strong message to the IRGC, saying that the IDF would hunt down and eliminate its members one by one. According to Israeli officials, Tangsiri was struck in the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas while meeting with senior commanders of the IRGC Navy. Katz stressed that Israel will continue operations in Iran with full force to achieve the objectives of the war. back to you, Professor Tolaraya. How could we see this death of this naval commander from Iran affect how the war will play out now? We've seen the deaths of many commanders from the IRGC and from the Islamic regime, of course the most notable being the former supreme leader. So can we expect to see a major change in how the war is fought from now on? Of course, he was, according to Israel, a major player in the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz, but it has been notable to see some analysts have said that Iran has pivoted to a sort of mosaic type strategy where the decentralization of decisions has happened. So therefore, could we see a big change from this assassination, or will it be business as usual for the Iranians?
Well, I would tell you frankly, I'm no expert on Iranian military forces structure or their commanders, as a matter of fact, but simple logic would suggest that a war, of course, is the consequence of war is losing some commanders, even high-ranking one, and then being replaced by others, by new commanders. And in fact, what we see now is that Iran is losing experienced commanders, but they're replaced by someone who is more eager to achieve something and who has now the real combat experience, while the previous commanders had no previous to the war experience, or had very long time ago during the Iraqi-Iranian war. So I'm not sure that this particular loss of commander will affect the Iranian forces or this particular operation of blocking the Hormuz Strait. I don't think so. I don't think that the Strait of Hormuz blockade, it depends more on the material component, on the technical base, not on the commanding ability or, the talent of a or military leader. So I personally don't think it will change much or will change anything at all.
Mm-hmm. Professor Tolaraya, please stay with us now as we move to our next development. Israel says it has received a massive boost in military supplies amid its ongoing war with Iran. The Defense Ministry confirms that around 8,000 tons of weapons and military equipment have arrived in the country since the start of the conflict. Officials say more than 200 aircraft and ships have delivered these supplies, including armaments, munitions, and other critical equipment. Israel says these deliveries are crucial to sustain its military campaign. Back to you, Professor Tolaraya. Now, of course, Israel releasing a statement regarding these deliveries that they have received. How has Israel and the United States gone so far in terms of supplies, in terms of resupplies? We've heard that they have been hitting certainly many locations on the Iranian side as Iranian missile and drone strikes decrease day by day, but the Iranian side also has the benefit of producing their own drones and missiles domestically. So does this resupply and these resupplies since the start of the conflict, what does this signal about how both sides are progressing so far?
Well, I wonder how this resupply is related to Ukraine deliveries. So that what is interesting to me, just being on the sideline of this conflict. But of course, both sides will be getting new supplies. It's a really bonanza for all the global war producers, and they're doing their best to do supplies. I'm not sure whether Iran is going to get it resupplies both from internal production and possibly from some imports, but we won't know because of this fog of war and the secrecy surrounding such supplies. But this certainly, unfortunately, this will go on, because at least Iran is ready for a rather long-term confrontation. Iran, I think, thinks in terms of months, if not years. The U.S. will have to do something to balance and to make some deliveries. And I know that U.S. has taken, for example, some armaments from South Korea, from other places, and redeploying them to Middle East to fill this gap.
Professor Tolaraya, please don't go far. We're now moving to the Gulf. The Gulf Cooperation Council has issued a strong warning over Iran's recent actions, calling them a turning point in relations with GCC countries. GCC Secretary General Jassim Mohammed al-Budwai has said that Iran is deliberately targeting Gulf nations with direct missile and drone attacks. He has added that these strikes have hit civilian targets and caused casualties among residents. Moreover, al-Budwai has also said that Iran's actions, including the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, have crossed all red lines. He has accused Tehran of imposing fees on vessels passing through the strait, calling it a violation of international law. Some vessels have also been attacked or seized, disrupting global navigation. The GCC chief has warned that these developments threaten global energy stability. He has stressed that stability in oil production and exports from the region is essential for international markets. Despite the escalation, al-Budwai has said that GCC countries have not retaliated against Iranian attacks. He has said that the bloc has made it clear it will not participate in military operations or allow its territory to be used against Iran. Back to you, Professor Tolaraya. What do you make of these statements coming out of the GCC? Now, of course, the Gulf and the Gulf countries have been severely affected by this conflict. They have locations of US Army bases, and so, of course, have been targeted in that manner by Iran, but also there's been hits to civilian facilities as well. We're seeing here a massive impact on their economies, on their reputations as safe havens of luxury lifestyle for Western expatriates. What do you make of this statement coming now? Of course, there'll be a massive shift in the relations between the Gulf states and Iran with the resolution of this war. Do you think there could be any role for the Gulf states in negotiations as they have previously said that they would like to see?
Well, you know, I think it's a little bit strange irony in these statements, because first you allow U.S. bases to be based on your territory, and then you complain when they're being hit when U.S. is attacking a neighboring country. So you should think twice in the future whether you can permit U.S. forces on your territory if you don't want to get into trouble. That's one lesson. And of course, it's on the Iran side, it's quite obvious that they're going to hit these bases and collateral damage can occur. I share frustration of the Arab nations, as well as frustration of not only Western, but also some Russian expats who have chosen to live in these areas and now have to flee or to lose their property. So I fully understand it, but, well, you know, in this case, you should think about what may happen if the U.S. will break all the laws and all the morals first, and then what the consequence would be. You cannot expect that the country on the other side, which is being attacked, will strictly adhere to the norms of morals and law, which are being so blatantly violated by its opponent. So unfortunately, this is the reality of war.
Mm-hmm. Professor Tolaraya, thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure to see you again on the show. Now, the CEO of Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, Sultan Al Jaber, has warned that any restriction of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran amounts to economic terrorism. He said that if Iran were to hold the Strait of Hormuz hostage, it would force every nation to pay a ransom, hitting consumers at the gas pump, in grocery stores and at pharmacies, and stressed that no country should be allowed to destabilize the global economy in that way, not now, not ever. He added that energy security is not just a slogan, but the difference between lights on and lights off, pointing out that nearly a fifth of the world's oil and a third of its fertilizers pass through this single waterway. Al Jaber also stressed the importance of the UAE-US partnership, saying it has been tested in peacetime and under fire, and that free passage through Hormuz is critical to keep global markets stable. Let's listen in.
The last few weeks have reminded us of a fundamental truth. Energy security is not a slogan. It is the difference between lights on and lights off. And that difference runs through one narrow waterway, the Strait of Hormuz. Nearly a fifth of the world's oil, a third of its fertilizers, and vast flows of the raw materials that keep the global economy running, all passing through a single choke point. When Hormuz is open, the world barely thinks about it. When it is threatened, every economy on earth feels it. Slower growth, higher prices, and the most vulnerable pay.
The European Union has launched an investigation into Snapchat over concerns about child safety on the platform. This breaking news, the European Commission is examining whether the social media app has failed to protect minors, potentially exposing them to grooming attempts. Officials are also investigating if Snapchat allowed access to information on illegal products, including drugs. The probe highlights growing scrutiny of tech companies in Europe and the responsibility of social media platforms to safeguard young users. Snapchat has yet to comment, but regulators say the investigation will determine whether the company breached digital content rules and what measures need to be taken to protect children online. Now to Europe, the European Parliament has approved the European Union's tariff deal with the United States, but with conditions. A majority of lawmakers supported reducing EU levies on certain US imports, as outlined in the agreement reached last summer. However, the Parliament added additional safeguards to ensure the deal protects EU interests. Before the tariff cuts can take effect, the agreement still needs to be negotiated and approved by all EU member states. Brussels has pledged to honour the deal with Washington, signalling a willingness to maintain strong transatlantic trade relations while balancing protections for European industries. US mission to EU welcomed the European Parliament's vote on EU-US trade deal and said it looks forward to swift conclusion of discussions with EU negotiators to finalise the deal. Analysts say the move is a step forward closer toward EU and US economic cooperation, but the final implementation will depend on further negotiations with individual EU governments. Now joining us live, we have Dr. R.J. Dua, who's a former Secretary of Commerce and a senior economist joining us from New Delhi. Good afternoon to you, Dr. Dua. What can you tell us about this deal that's related to the tariffs between the EU and the United States, and what implications it will have if it is passed through and successfully negotiated?
Thank you for having me in discussion. I think it's a welcome move. Welcome to the extent the European Union's biggest trading partner, when you take all the 27 member countries, it turns out to be United States, not China. Some of the members of the EU certainly have strong links, China, but by and large, it is with the United States. So a deal which had been negotiated last May, that's about 7, 8 months ago, almost 10 months ago, certainly needed to be expedited because it gets into effect only after the European Parliament first ratifies it and then the individual parliaments of the 27 member nations. The EU realizes that, and the situation, the current situation in the Middle East, where the future of the trade is uncertain. We don't know when the war is actually going to end, despite whatever the American and the Israeli leaders might be saying. When will the Strait of Hormuz be opened up? When, and only in conditions of normalcy or near normalcy does trade flourish. With that in background, I think both the sides, the European Union as well as the United States, seem to have expedited an early ratification. And I'm glad that despite whatever differences they may have had on the political front about the role of NATO in the Middle East, etc., those have been put aside, and for the sake of prosperity, continued prosperity and well-being, this deal has been, the European Parliament has come up with its suggestions and the modifications. I'm moving on. I think the situation has changed since the last May when the deal was concluded between the two countries, their negotiators, because now America is no longer, let's keep this in mind, the United States is no longer as invincible or as it was being made out in the month of May or even later. It's in this, after the Middle East war, the ongoing war, probably a certain degree of realism has dawned on the United States, including its chief executive, and that is why they are welcoming it, despite the European Parliament seeking reduction in the tariffs of certain items which had been negotiated, and hereafter your European Parliament's recommendations will need to be also carried through by all the 27 countries. It is not a majority, it's by consensus in the European Union, which means unless all the 27 member states endorse it, the deal doesn't go through. And I hope that individual nations of the EU will not now demand for too many changes, because otherwise then the process will elongate. It will have to go back to the European Parliament and only then again back to the United States. United States seems to be, from their response today, willing to look at the suggestions which have been made or the proposals which have been made by the European Parliament. And European Parliament, I am sure, all these months, the matter before it would have taken into consideration the interests of all its members. So I'm hoping that the deal will come through with the modifications which the EU Parliament has suggested, and we could see that the deal getting into effect for the good of both the blocs, the European Union in particular, the European Union members, and of course the United States.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Dua, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to talk to you again. Now we're moving to some breaking news. Iran is letting Malaysian tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz after talks with Iranian, Turkish and other regional leaders, Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim said on Thursday. Anwar said in a televised interview that they are in the process of releasing the Malaysian oil tankers and that the workers in the tankers can now continue their journey home. The Malaysian leader further thanked Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Back to Europe, the United Kingdom under Prime Minister Keir Starmer has authorised its military and law enforcement agencies to intercept, board and detain Russian shadow fleet vessels in British waters. These ships are sanctioned for evading Western restrictions and transporting crude oil revenue used to fund Moscow's war in Ukraine. Downing Street said the move targets hundreds of shadow fleet tankers transiting through the English Channel and other UK waters, pressing Russia's revenue sources and making operations riskier, costlier or impossible. British forces, including the Royal Navy and specialised units, have been preparing for operations against ships that resist capture or use advanced evasion tactics. If detained, owners and crews could face legal action under UK sanctions law. Starmer framed the decision as a way to starve Putin's war machine by cutting off funds derived from oil sales, and the measure comes as a part of a broader push with European allies to tighten sanctions and enforcement. Listen in to what the UK Prime Minister has to say.
The focus here is very much on Russian aggression in Ukraine, and we have to accept that there's a war on two fronts. There's the Iranian conflict and the continuing Ukrainian conflict. Today I'll be talking to allies about what more we can do. Of course there'll be discussions about defence spend, also defence capability, and today I'll be making clear to them that I'm giving permission for the UK to intercept Russian shadow fleet ships. These are ships that are unlawfully breaching sanctions, usually with oil, and we'll be working with others on that project.
And that's all we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world. Hello and welcome, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump says Iranian leaders are secretly engaged with Washington but unwilling to publicly acknowledge it. Tehran maintains its position with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insisting there are no direct negotiations. The White House states strategic objectives in Iran are close to completion, signalling a shift toward endgame conditions. US officials frame Iran's current posture as an attempt to find a way out of the conflict. Tehran demands reparations and a complete halt to hostilities as preconditions for any resolution. A reported multi-point US proposal remains under internal review by Iran's leadership. The Israeli military confirms a broad wave of attacks targeting strategic sites, including operations in Isfahan. The strikes signal a deepening of Israel's operational reach beyond previous target sets. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Washington has offered security guarantees only if Kyiv hands over the entire Donbas region to Russia. The proposal marks a major shift in US position as it pushes for a rapid end to the war. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is set to appear in a US federal court as proceedings continue in a high-stakes case. He faces narco-terrorism and drug trafficking related charges, a legal framework that has seen limited success in courtroom testing. Donald Trump announces a May visit to China for talks with Xi Jinping following postponement due to the Iran war. The meeting is expected to reset high-level engagement between the two powers. Diplomats from the G7 nations, including the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and Canada, gather in France for high-level talks. The meeting comes as conflicts in Iran, Ukraine, and along with the global economic strain, dominate the agenda. Now to our first story. The European Union says there is no current issue with the security of gas supply in the bloc. An EU Commission spokesperson confirmed that energy supplies remain stable despite global concerns over disruptions in gas and oil markets. This comes as countries around the world, including the Philippines, face energy challenges and rising demand for fuel and electricity. Meanwhile, a ship carrying more than 700,000 barrels of Russian crude oil has arrived in the Philippines, marking the first Russian oil delivery to the country in 5 years. The Sierra Leone-flagged Sarah Sky docked at Limay port near Manila with the shipment destined for Petroncor, operator of the nation's only oil refinery. The arrival comes days after President Ferdinand Marcos declared a national energy emergency, warning that fuel stocks may only last another 45 days. The Philippines has been seeking new sources of oil amid historic price spikes caused by the US-Israeli war with Iran and disruptions near the Strait of Hormuz. This comes as India is taking steps to secure domestic fuel supply amid the ongoing West Asia conflict. The LPG vessel Apollo Ocean arrived at New Mangalore port on Wednesday night carrying 16,000 metric tons of LPG. Unloading operations began the same night, helping stabilise local availability. Now joining us live, we have Maddie Zweig, who is a geopolitical expert joining us from Tel Aviv in Israel. Maddie, thank you so much for coming back on the show. Lovely to see you again. Now, you're working in geopolitics, you're a geopolitical expert. How does the geopolitics of the Russia and Ukraine war affect the global energy market? Can we expect to see a reintroduction of Russian oil back into the market? We know that Trump has put a 30-day effective pause on sanctions on Russian oil. We've seen that reintroduction back into the Philippines there. What can we expect to see coming out of the Russia-Ukraine region now with this change in the oil markets?
Well, the oil markets, they are, of course, in convulsion now, especially because of what is going on between the United States, Israel, and Iran. But this is, from the point of view of Trump, it's temporary until this is going to be a good outcome for him, at least in this war. And he thinks all the prices are going to drop. In the meanwhile, you have scarcity and problems in supply and volatility of the markets. And there are countries like East Asian countries, especially Philippines, South Korea, Japan, and others, that they are really not touching down all the floor from their supplies, but they have several problems. This is different, like from the Europe. That Europe, they say that for now they are having all the gas and the oil that they need. At the meanwhile, and all depends what is going to happen in the next 1 or 2 weeks with the war. But for the next month, things they can really have all the supplies, because intelligently Trump allowed Russia to sell about 19 million barrels that they are going around in the shadow fleet in the world, that they were trying to circumvent all the sanctions and everything, and now they are like legitimate to sell. So this is why Philippines can buy. They just bought from the Russians 750,000 barrels. India continue to buy also from the Russians, and everyone, I think, is very clear that they have to see what's going on, because when there was not this war with Iran, the prices were under 60, even with all the region convulsion by the Russia-Ukraine war, even with that. But now, all this volatility depends on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and I think that all the negotiations that are going on, they are serving Trump in two ways. First way, to see if something can be done. But of course, all the propositions are very extremist from both sides. Also, Trump wants everything from Iran, and Iran wants all kind of absurd demands, like, I don't know, taking out all the American bases in the Middle East, and things that are never going to happen, especially not in this moment. And also, from the Trump point of view, to wait to all the thousands of troops that they are coming, and maybe they are going to seize the island of Harg, or maybe, who knows, the port of Bandar Abbas, or other places that can be really game changer for all this war, and also for the answers of this Islamic regime that is completely closed in themselves and in their misconceptions that they can continue and dominate the area, which is completely wrong, because they are suffering at least from 60 to 70% of diminishing their power, the military power. So things are going to change in the coming week to 10 days.
Mm-hmm. Now back to Europe, Matti. How do you think this will affect the Russian war effort? There was a report released in February coming from German intelligence that said that they had massively spent in military spending far higher than reported. They said that it was 66% higher than reported, with several billions in hidden expenses. So how will this reopening in the Russian oil market, perhaps to these Asian countries, as you mentioned earlier, will it give it a bit of a boost to the Russian the Russian war effort. I mean, this war between Russia and Ukraine has now been going on for 4 years now. What does it look like in that area of the world?
Well, you have to look at it in the broad geopolitical thing, because in the meanwhile, okay, yes, they are going to get more money now after they were closed, many millions of barrels a month from Europe, and they were selling at less prices in India, China, etc. But maybe they are going to get more money now, because from 60 to 100 or 120, maybe they are going to get from these countries at $80 or $85 a barrel. But this is in the short time. The question is Europe, and Europe is getting very tired from more than 4 years trying to help Ukraine, from the position of Trump, trying not to help so much Ukraine in order to convince Russia to sit in some kind of ceasefire. Until now, he couldn't get it because of all kinds of different themes. And now the question is how much the internal division or not divisions of Europe are going to play in this game, because you have to see now what is going on is that they are opening a very big fracture with their relation with Trump. And maybe Trump, after this war, is going to be very hard on Europe, and maybe are going to try to divide them even in their loyalty to NATO. Maybe he's going to try to expel Spain or to take out the bases from Spain, and this is going to be a disruptive thing from Europe in adding to all the economic problems that they already have. And they feel that they have to spend more money in military expenses because Trump is going to give less. So everything is together. Everything is going to depend from the future cooperation to open the Strait of Hormuz, and some European countries, even if they talk publicly differently, they are starting to cooperate more with Trump, and this is also in their interest. So the oil and the gas, they can continue moving in that area. So I think something in the middle is going to be in the meanwhile, and after the war, all depends of what is going to decide Trump in his relationship with Europe, that is already fractured, not broken, but can be worse in the future.
Stay with us now, please, Maddie. We're just moving to our next updates. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says indirect talks are underway to end the war in Iran, with Islamabad acting as a key intermediary. Dar clarified that while there is speculation about formal peace talks, what is actually happening is message-based diplomacy between the United States and Iran. He revealed that Washington has shared a 15-point proposal which Iran is currently reviewing. Dar also said that countries like Turkey and Egypt are supporting these efforts. Meanwhile, the Gulf Cooperation Council says its member states want to be involved in any talks aimed at ending the Iran war. To some breaking news, the US State Department has denied claims that American forces targeted Iraqi security personnel following an attack on a military clinic in western Iraq that killed 7 people. A spokesperson called such reports categorically false and said they are incompatible with the long-standing US-Iraq partnership. The statement stressed the deep history of cooperation and friendship between US and Iraqi forces. Iraqi authorities have not formally blamed the United States for the strike, but Baghdad said the incident undermines relations between the two countries. Earlier, Iraqi officials announced plans to summon the US charge d'affaires over a separate attack in the same region, which targeted a paramilitary group. The US insists it remains committed to working with Iraqi partners, even as investigations into the incidents continue. Back to you, Matty. Now we're seeing there's some statements coming out between the relationship between Iraq and the United States forces in the region. Of course, there is a testy history of the United States in Iraq. Could we see a breakdown in relations between the Iraqi forces and the United States in the future? The United States is saying that they have no relation with this latest strike, but the Iraqi officials had announced plans to summon the charge d'affaires over a separate attack. What do you think? Could we see a breakdown in relations there?
Well, not a break in the relation, but it's a problematic time because nobody's talking about what's going on with Iraq. And only yesterday, I think that maybe 1/3 of the American attacks in Iran, they went also to Iraq. And why? Because you have from the center-south to Iran, to Iraq, you have all these militias that they are pro-Iranians and they are Shiites in most of them, and they were targeting them and bombing them. So they can say that they were, from the Iraqi army. They were not from the Iraqi army, but they were related to the Iraqi army because part of the Iraqi army it's formed by Shiites too. And also from inside Iraq, they were bombing and trying to harm the American station there in the Sunni areas and the Kurdish areas. So yes, we are talking about a big fracture that is coming if the Iraqi central government are not going to cope with this problem called the pro-Iranian factions that they are trying to help their brothers from Iran. Mm-hmm. And slowly the people is looking that we have a lot of news also coming from Iraq every day, more and more. So yes, this is a conflict now in this moment, but it's part of this war that is including also all the Gulf countries that they also have stationed there, Americans and some British bases, and everything is volatile. You can see when you started to talk about Pakistan. In Pakistan, now it's a nuclear power that in the last times they are getting very involved also with Saudi Arabia, doing a pact between them. Saudi Arabia, it's an ally of the United States, so they are trying to involve also Pakistan in their efforts, in the war efforts from one side and the mediation efforts from the other side. So everything is going inside one package called the Middle East or the new Middle East under Trump.
Maddie, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. It's a pleasure to speak to you again. The Kremlin has now dismissed reports that Russia is sending drones to Iran, calling them lies. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that even respected publications sometimes publish fabrications and urged the public not to pay attention to such stories. An earlier report had claimed that Russia was close to completing shipments of drones to Tehran by the end of March. Russia, a close ally of Iran, has denied sending any military aid since the United States and Israel launched joint attacks on the country in February. Peskov's statement reinforced Moscow's position, dismissing media claims of drone deliveries as completely false and underlining that Russia is not currently providing military support to Iran. Let's listen in.
Очень много лживых вбросов в средствах массовой информации, и даже самые уважаемые издания не гнушаются тем, чтобы публиковать эти вбросы.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says expert teams are already on the ground in several Middle Eastern countries, including Saudi Arabia and Qatar, to help counter Iranian drone threats. Speaking to French media, Zelensky stressed that existing air defense systems in the region are not enough to fully stop drone attacks. He highlighted the need for modern interceptors capable of handling heavy drone strikes. Kyiv is now discussing future deliveries of equipment Ukraine already has, while seeking access to air defense missiles that Middle Eastern countries possess but Ukraine currently lacks. Zelensky also noted that funding is limited. Ukraine's defense industry is operating at just half capacity, and more financial support is needed to produce drones for its own defenses. Now joined live by Dr. Gilbert Doctorow, who is a Russian affairs expert in Brussels. Dr. Doctorow, thank you so much for your time and for joining us today on the Bulletin. Now, Zelensky has said that they are now getting to limited funding, the Ukrainian defense industry operating at just half capacity with more financial support needed. They're now offering technological support to the Gulf states, but we've also heard today reports that the United States is considering relocating military aid from that was intended for Ukraine to the West Asian conflict. How do you believe that this will pan out, and what's your thoughts based on Zelensky's latest statements?
Well, Zelensky's latest statements are pure Zelensky. He is a public relations man. He is doing anything to get a microphone in front of him at a moment when Europe and the world could not care less about the fate of Ukraine. They're all concerned about what's happening in the Middle East. Therefore, he's making these statements that he's going to help the Gulf states and he's going to provide equipment to defeat Russian or Iranian drones. It's all rubbish, utter rubbish. He doesn't have the capability of sparing one drone because he needs them all at home. Not just because his factories are operating at half speed. Why? Because no electricity, that's a good reason. And second of all, because every chance they get, the Russians are bombing any location where they think he is making drones. So he is like Mr. Macron. They are all seeking the microphone to demonstrate their relevance when they're utterly irrelevant to the world events. The world events today are focused on World War III that is forming in the Middle East, not in the Russian-Ukraine war.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Dokhtyarov, please stay with us. We're now going to our next update. A group of Russian lawmakers is visiting Washington this week in an effort to contribute to the further revival of bilateral relations, according to Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. The delegation is expected to meet US lawmakers amid ongoing tensions over the war in Ukraine. Peskov emphasized that Russia remains open to dialogue and expects US brokered talks to resume as soon as circumstances permit. Several rounds of negotiations since former President Donald Trump returned to the White House last year have failed to break the deadlock, with Moscow ruling out major compromises in its four-year offensive. Listen in to what the Kremlin spokesperson had to say.
Еще раз повторяю, это очень нужный диалог, это очень важное направление диалога между двумя странами, которое также было абсолютно заморожено. И мы надеемся, что такие вот первые робкие шаги, конечно же, внесут свой вклад в дальнейшее дело реанимации нашего двустороннего общения, что соответствовало бы интересам и Вашингтона, и Москвы.
Now back to you, Dr. Dokhtyarov. What's the precedence in a meeting like this? Of course, the United States have been under heavy sanctions from the United States these past 4 years. So does this signal a warming up in relations between the United States and Russia?
Well, any warming up that may take place will be welcome, of course, and it is encouraged by President Putin, who has staked his reputation on getting benefits for his country from his close relationships with Donald Trump. At the same time, let's be perfectly clear, the Russian foreign policy establishment, which you see every night in front of appearing on television, makes no secret that they believe that Donald Trump is the laughingstock of the world. Nobody believes one word that Trump says. They were describing his antics yesterday in front of various audiences, saying that the Iranians are desperately seeking peace and that he's negotiating with them. From the Russian standpoint, that was Donald Trump speaking to himself. So the underlying perception of Trump is that he is a fool's fool if he's not simply a war criminal. The same is true of his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, whose strategy or lack of strategy in waging the war against Iran is discussed openly by military experts on Russian state television. Now, that does not stop them from using Mr. Trump any which way that they would find useful. You will note that there was not a word in any major Western news agencies about this visit, which started yesterday, of the Duma delegation to their counterparts, that is congressmen in the United States. There was not a word. So this was kept very secret, possibly for the security or safety of the plane and the men and women who were on that plane. What they will achieve, why not have them? They're very smart, capable people, led, as far as I know, by Vyacheslav Nikonov, who's a Duma member and a very important political figure in Russia. And they are good diplomats, and they will be outgoing and good talking partners for any congressman who are willing to shake hands with them and enter into discussion. I wish them well. And I think we all can hope that some benefit will come out of this very timid and exploratory visit, as described properly by Mr. Peskov.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Doctorow, thank you so much for your time today and for appearing on the bulletin. That's all that we have time for. Please keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching The World Reports on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump warned Iran to engage in talks to end the Middle East war before it is too late, after Tehran publicly spurned US overtures to resolve the nearly 4-week conflict. An Israeli airstrike has killed Aliza Tangziri, commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Israel's defense minister has said the killing was carried in a precise operation and targeted other senior officers of the naval command. Iran is letting Malaysian tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz after talks with Iranian, Turkish and other regional leaders, Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim said. Oil prices surged 5% as hopes for a peace deal between the United States and Iran wavered. Brent North Sea crude jumped 5.2% and West Texas Intermediate jumped 4.9%, with President Donald Trump warning Tehran to engage in talks before it's too late. The global trading system is experiencing the worst disruptions in the past 80 years, World Trade Organization Chief Nogzo Okonjo warned as the WTO Ministerial Conference opened today. Finnish President Alexander Stubb, who has close ties with both US President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, fears US-led Ukraine peace talks may be over. Donald Trump